through our mobile app, online chat, or by phone.
That's a lot of ways to get in touch with you. I see what's going on here. That name favors, but I'm your number one customer.
Actually, we offer all our customers these ways to contact us.
Uh-huh. I'm sure you give just any customer your personal
company
contact info.
Well, you did call us more than any other customer this year. So in that sense, you are our number one customer.
Get help from Progressive through the website, app, chat, or phone. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
The backseat. Check the backseat. All right, come here. Check the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, good afternoon.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going today?
Lovely.
Good.
Yeah, good.
How are you?
Good. Get a lot of day baseball on today.
Yes, we do. Unfortunately, it's the Rangers and the.
Is there another game we could put on the
There
side
is several
TV?
other games.
Oh.
The Tigers game has gotten out of hand, so I turned it. But the Tigers are going to play again against Paul Skeen's Pittsburgh Pirates here in just a little bit.
Is this Skeens the third or is this the fourth?
This would be the fourth Skeens, right?
I missed Skeens 3.
Yes.
What happened? Yeah, Skeens 3 happened too. Yeah, this is Skeens 4.
Yes.
Nice.
Very much so. I don't know about you all, but I was driving a little more trepidatious than I normally do through Omaha.
Sinkholes!
Because I'm just not sure if the ground underneath me is going to open up and swallow me whole.
I have concerns.
How did I know there's a whole scientific term and water flowing? How does that happen? We're just randomly just this giant hole. And there goes the concrete.
You ever read the Book of Revelations?
No.
Oh, okay.
Demons are going to start emerging from it.
You
so
should check
watch
it out. Revelations was always my favorite book of the Bible when I was an angsty teen.
Hey, me too.
Yeah, I was like, what?
I
Crazy.
think there's something
handshake beam.
Yeah.
Jeez.
No, it gets pretty gnarly.
Yeah,
the
you
Book of Revelations is cool.
John, check it out. I think you should go home tonight. Check it out. Talk about it with your
read
wife.
the Book of Revelations.
It's only like 30 pages. It's not that long.
When I was going through midweek, we had to pick a Bible verse to memorize, and my pastor made me pick a different one because the one I picked was way too edgy.
Which one did you pick?
I don't remember. It was one from Revelations.
Was it the one we put on the board that year at the College World Series?
That was awesome because that was an accident, and it turned out to be the most perfect.
We decided we were going to pick a random Bible verse to just put on the wall to motivate us all College World Series.
And somebody said out loud, they just set up. Nice, thank you, Nick. They said,
I have it.
Yeah, I was looking through my pictures for it too, because that was your first year here, Happer, right?
It was 22, right?
22.
I think so.
So it would have been in June. June was a month.
Yeah,
June was a month.
Yeah.
For some reason, I can't find it.
Oh, it's in here.
Well, that's disappointing.
Don't worry about it.
Are your pictures not in numeric or
I don't know.
chronological order?
No, they are. And I got some stuff of like, here's Nick producing and you coaching him. So, Nick, what you want to do here is not wear pants. It's 90 degrees.
Yeah.
That was one of the things that he was probably saying.
That was a
Well,
pants
my
day.
guess is
Yeah,
Maybe you erased it.
No, I definitely like Happer and I have sent it to each
I know.
other.
Yeah, I
before.
know. Maybe that's the easiest.
Did we do it
place to
last year?
check.
Maybe God erased it.
Man, I hope not. That'd be a bummer. That was so funny.
Josh, that might be the best place that we could check in the messages to ourselves.
Oh, to each other?
All right, hang on. I'm
All
getting
right.
close. I'm getting close.
We'll find it. We'll
Yeah,
find
make
it.
sure you pick the right
Here it
picture.
is.
Oh,
all
we
right.
found it.
What book of the Bible and what verse?
Romans 7:24.
And again, this was an accident. It was not
Someone
on purpose.
shouted out a biblical verse.
I think someone shouted Romans and someone else said 7 and someone else said 24.
And so
Yeah.
read the verse.
Verbatim. What a wretched man I am. Who will rescue me from this body that is subject to death?
Perfect. Perfect.
It was amazing.
It really is.
We should just write that on the
Absolutely
board
amazing.
so we don't forget
Maybe
about
we
it.
should. You know, we used to get Triple B. He made us T-shirts for the College World Series that we all wore as teammates. I think one that just said Romans 7:24 on it. I'd wear that shirt.
That's what we should get on our baseball jerseys.
Do we have our jerseys yet? We could get that printed on there.
We can walk around the College World Series like, what's Romans 7:24?
That should just be on the front of the jerseys. That way people would think we were coming from a roaming, evangelical tribe.
Amazing.
Man, that's a good one.
Oh, we'd have everybody Googling what's Romans 7:24. Oh man, these
We
guys must
would.
hate their lives. You got it. You got it.
We're on day 8, and it's rained for 3 of them.
Who will rescue
We've only
me?
actually played 2 games.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's almost here.
It's coming, folks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you're convinced?
Oh, absolutely.
You're convinced.
We've gone way
Every
too long
game.
without a significant weather delay.
Yeah, it's weird. In the years I've been in the booth, there hasn't been yet.
Maybe you're good for us, Nick.
But in the years I was in the studio,
Yep.
Looks like you'll have to
2
produce the
a.m.
College
some
World
mornings.
Series forever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's happening. It's definitely
Exciting. We love something different.
I was actually thinking about the College World Series on my way into work today.
And how great it is.
Well, among other things. But I was thinking about our movie.
what are you going to do for vacation?
No. I was thinking about the movie club and how. So we will have this week, which is Nick's movie.
Mhm.
And then next week it is my turn.
Mhm.
And then after that is the College World Series.
Mhm.
And then after that, it's a weird week because John won't be here. He'll be prepping for the championship series. So I feel like this is about to be the end of Kent for a few weeks. It's very sad.
No.
And we already know what John's movie is, and it was a movie that I was debating between picking. So
Well, you can pick it.
No.
If you
I had
wanna pick it,
I had
go ahead
2
and pick
movies, and so that you mentioned that, I was like, sweet, I'll do the other one that I wanted to do.
it. Okay.
Is your other one that John sent us in the DMs the other day?
Yeah. No, it's not out
Oh
yet.
no. Yeah, when does that one come out, John?
I have no idea. Ask conservative.
Oh yeah, Patriot Supply Nick. This is a new character that people love
I've
on
heard
the
about
show.
this.
People love Patriot
Have you
Supply
watched his
Nick.
Twitter video he did from his car
I didn't watch this
yesterday?
video. I just saw the tweet that said my wife left me, and I really laughed at
Me
it.
too.
I
Nick is-
really like that
Nick
one.
is nailing the character, but his video, Nick, you're on to something here.
Yeah.
Nick Grift is what his new name is. Not Nick Grimm, Nick Grift.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
So we decided against Nick Grimaga.
So we are sending him to the RNC after all?
I think so.
Great.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Watson says, Nick, it's so good.
The N in RNC stands for
You
Nick.
wanted us to compliment you on your sense of humor for so long, and now it
You
is
finally
arrived.
found an avenue.
Yep.
It's finally
3
happening.
years later,
This
Nick.
makes me so happy.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah.
This makes
I
me
just
so
had to
happy.
channel actual real people that I know.
Yeah, exactly. You go home every now and then. You know what it's like.
I was just home last weekend.
There you go. He probably taking notes.
Have you ever heard of the place that Grant Bricks ate all the tacos at?
Oh, yeah. What's that place called?
Man. Lost it already.
I don't even know. I don't know the details.
So last night, a listener of the show sent us a screenshot of a Facebook post from a Mexican restaurant in Missouri Valley, Iowa.
I don't go to Mo Valley that often.
It's all right.
I don't know if I've ever been to Missouri Valley.
But it was called Campo Azul Mexican Restaurant.
Okay.
And it was there that a record was broken.
Campo Azul.
Oh, that's the place that used to be a Pizza Hut.
There you go.
A lot of old Pizza Huts with the old-fashioned Pizza Hut roof.
That's what I'm
turned
saying.
Into a lot of Mexican restaurants.
That's why I don't. That's not a good picture of it. I'll pull it up. I pass by because I go that way to go home sometimes when I want to take the back way.
Nice.
I keep seeing it. I'm like, that looks good, but it used to be a pizza. Show me the restaurant.
So Grant Bricks went there and ate
Oh, yeah.
21
There you go.
tacos in one sitting.
Do we know how
So
big
that's a
these
record.
tacos are?
We do not know how big
It might
the
be
tacos
street
are.
tacos. Here you go. That's Campo Azul.
Yeah, I have many questions on how
Definitely
big
looks like a
these
pizza.
tacos are. I can smash on some
is
tacos.
This is 21 overall or 21 in a certain period of time?
It was all you can eat tacos, and he ate 21 and then decided he was done, as far as I can tell.
Well,
I don't know if it was in a certain period of time. I doubt it.
Do we think he could have done more? Or do you think he held himself back?
No, I think he was just trying to break the record. He had the record, and then some guy came in and broke it and ate 20 tacos. And then he was like, I'm going back to eat 21 tacos.
Well, if you're going to go reclaim a record, don't stop with one over. I feel like you got to put a couple more on there for insurance.
Maybe he didn't have enough in him.
Some insurance tacos.
Sounds like this is going to be an ongoing thing through the summer. And then when Grant Brick shows up at camp and he's 25 pounds overweight,
yeah,
we're going to know who to blame.
Tacos.
I'm sorry. Do we know what kind of tacos they were?
I don't know.
Because if you're going to do
just
that,
says tacos.
You probably want whatever the least dense type of taco is you could get.
Yeah, what would be the best way?
Probably
I would
ground
assume
beef,
just
right?
like a regular old hard shell taco.
Yeah, hard shell.
Not like a fried one. Not like one of those. Like
the
a
burrito?
No. Like I'm trying to think of
like a puffy taco.
Not like a puffy one, but like the thin fried ones that some places do. Have you not seen this
Like
or
a
heard about
flauta?
this? Kind of. No.
I think
like
you
a
just go
flauta.
just traditional
Flauta
hard
boy.
shell taco.
Yeah, me too. I think
Like
that's
out of
way
the
to go.
box, old El Paso.
Do you think that'd be easier to eat than
Yes.
Yeah,
than the
I could
flour?
probably still
Yeah,
rip
because that's
through-
because it's thin. It's like eating. It's like
It is
eating
pretty thin.
chips. You
Yeah.
know. And, I
Do
think
they
that would be
still-
the easiest one.
Do they still do a 6-pack and a pound from
Yes.
Taco John's?
Yeah.
Yes.
I bet I could rip through six hard tacos.
What if you did that after the show as a bit?
I'm not hungry right now.
That used to be
I'm
my
not
Sunday
either.
dinner when I was in college. I'd
Six-pack
go to
and a pound.
work. I'd watch in the fall. You know, and I'd be done at 6.
Bum,
And
bum, 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 bum,
And I
Bum,
no,
bum,
this
ba-da-da-da.
is back when ESPN had Sunday Night Football
Nice.
or TNT.
TNT.
TNT used to do the
Boy.
front half. ESPN used to do the back half.
Who called the games on the front half? Is it Vern?
Vern.
Nice. Vern Lundquist.
Vern did most of them, but
He's
think
a tree now.
I think like Gary Bender may have done a couple of years, but anyway, yeah, he's a tree. But yeah, I would go to Taco John's and get a 6-pack and a pound, get home,
beautiful.
watch the last half hour of NFL primetime with Chris Berman and Tom Jackson. And then it was the Sunday night game.
Maybe we all
It
have a
was
special
great.
connection to 6-packs and pounds. I remember getting a 6-pack and a pound a lot when I was living my year in Creston, Iowa. It was one of the very few restaurants in Creston, Iowa.
Yeah, not a whole
I
lot
went there to go get a 6-pack
Your
and a pound.
dentist name is Creston.
No, that's where I played baseball for one day.
Nice.
Throw a curveball.
Threw a curveball.
I'm not a big
fastball.
Taco John 6-pack and a pound guy. I'm
Yeah,
just not a
every
big
now and
Taco
then you
John's
guys will
guy.
debate this off air.
Really?
Taco John's is very good.
It's fine, but I don't like it.
It's
as
not
much
as good as
Taco
it used
Bell.
to be.
You think you can eat?
because
I don't think I could eat the pound of potatoes, but I think I could eat the 6 tacos still.
You'd be surprised. The potatoes go pretty quickly.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you guys have any desire to do the 999? Because I think
No.
I want to try it.
No.
Never heard of it.
9 hot dogs, 9 beers, 9 innings.
No, I'm publicly
Gross.
denouncing the 9.
I could do the 9 hot
Denouncing.
dogs easier than I could do the 9 beers.
Yeah.
I could do
Really?
the beers.
Yes.
easy. I think
The
I
beers,
could do
the beers. I get
light
to,
beers, right?
9
I
hot
get
dogs,
to a
John?
certain
I don't
point.
think it matters what beer.
I get to a certain point with beer, and it's like I can't have anymore. Just can't.
I get to that point after about 3 hot dogs.
That's a lot of hot dogs.
I had 3 hot dogs
I'm
the
not
other
saying
day. It
it'd
felt
be
like
easy.
garbage.
I'm not saying it'd be easy, but I think I could do the hot dogs easier than I could do the beers.
I feel like you could down a few beers pretty fast early, and then it would just be about
Yeah, but isn't it just you're doing one every inning?
Yeah.
So it's not like you're
You can't
just
just-
you can't work
smashing
ahead?
them all at once.
That's
I
what
don't
I
think
was-
you. I don't think you. Isn't that the point?
I mean, that's the
The
point.
point is to do it
That's-
every inning.
I mean,
I feel like
nobody's
that'd be
stopping you.
easier,
No
wouldn't
one's
it?
stopping you from doing it
Get a
that
little
way.
time
No,
in
but what if
between.
you
Not
have a
with the
quick
pitch
inning?
clock.
It's
So you
the-
got to get the beer and the hot dog done before the inning's over.
the spirit of the challenge.
Yeah, again, the hot dog would be my issue.
Same.
I could
Depends
down
on the hot
I
dog,
could down
too.
9 beers.
It's the bread, as Nick says.
It
is
depends on the
bread
hot
that'll
dog.
get you.
the bread.
If
The
it's
bread.
if it's the Nathan's famous,
It's a good hot dogs.
those are easy.
Yeah.
But if they were the big ass, you know,
The jumbo dogs.
the jumbo dogs, the big red wieners,
Mhm.
yeah, that's a little harder to do.
I always get it when they give me the option, like I'm making the turn at playing at a nice 18 golf. They always have a brat, a hot dog, or a Polish dog. What do you get? I always get a Polish
Brat.
dog.
Brat.
I love a Polish.
I love a Polish
play
dog
golf.
too, but I go broad.
I don't even know what it is.
A Polish dog?
Yeah, what is
What
it?
is a Polish dog?
It's just more of a coarse ground.
Polish sausage
It's a more coarse ground hot dog. It's a
Yeah, it's got more of a snap to it usually. It's
Yes.
more of a crunch to
the
it.
Wimmers Polish dogs are the best.
Mm.
They're good.
They are so good, or at least
Wow.
they used to be. I don't know if they
I
are
always
anymore.
say, give me a Polish dog.
a Polish sausage.
A nice broad at the turn is just
Brats are almost too much.
wow, interesting.
I do like a brat though.
Nick,
I don't golf.
Just
No,
to,
do you like
what are your
brats,
thoughts on
though?
brats?
Oh, I like brats. I like the fruit brats. Like there's brats you can get with pineapple. The cherry ones are really good. Stoisage when they used to come in here and do that morning show on the
Cherry
weekends.
brats?
Yeah,
Ooh,
really
that sounds good.
It was really
Sounds
good.
That
truly
sounds
horrible.
good.
Yeah, no, thank you. I like jalapeno cheddar.
I like jalapeno. I don't like cheese in my pork.
You like fruit in your pork, but not
Yes.
cheese in
Yes.
your pork?
I
Good
think
take, Happer.
fruit's a good compliment to
I like
pork.
the tone of your voice there, Happer.
I think fruit complements pork really well.
I think
It
cheese
does.
complements
Oh, absolutely
pork.
does.
It makes me throw up. I had a bad experience with cheese stuffed hot dogs when I was a kid, and I can't do it ever since. I've
Oh,
tried.
you
See, I
just
have
had
remember,
tried.
I remember when they started doing the cheese-filled hot dogs. It was like a revelation.
But wasn't
It's
it
like,
like
oh my God.
just
There
like
was just a tube of cheese
No,
inside of the
I
dog.
think it's
No,
just-
that
it's
was
just-
nasty.
that was gross.
Well, I
Yeah.
don't know what kind
Brats
those
the
are.
way that it's like they
It's-
work it in
it's
and
just
then
little
they case
kind
it.
of dots of cheese.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
like that. But yeah, I remember those hot dogs. Those were disgusting.
Those are garbage.
I
It's
don't
like
remember
a
those.
thin.
You would bite
thin-
into it and it would
thin
leak
yellow
out.
line.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It would
Yeah.
just leak out.
It
You could like
would.
pour it out.
You could squeeze a hot dog and it's
God, I don't remember that.
Oh,
John, it was nasty.
garbage.
remember that.
Those were the ones I had that made me throw up, and now I hate having cheese
Understandably
with
so.
pork. I can't have cheese and pork.
That's fair. That's fair.
What was the thing that you guys had as a kid like this that you will never go back to because you threw up once as a child and you have been afraid of trying for years?
I have gone back
Okay.
to spaghetti.
Oh.
I ate too much spaghetti
And you were out on
Was
it.
it actually?
for years.
Really?
Wow.
For years.
Was it
And-
actual spaghetti or like the canned spaghetti?
No, it was like a bowl of homemade spaghetti,
Oh.
but I ate too much spaghetti. I also almost choked to death on a steak once, and I had some problems after that.
Mhm.
So, I mean, those are two really, big time popular food.
For me,
items.
it was Little Debbie Nutty Buddy. Those like waffle.
Yeah.
Oh, dude,
Ooh,
I
I love
threw
those.
those up one night and I was like, I haven't had them since. Haven't had
really.
'em since. I'm sure I'd be fine with them now, but for a while
Delicious.
as a child, I was like, no, never again.
yeah, long gap in my life where I didn't have spaghetti.
Took me a while to go back to hard candy. My grandpa gave me a little hard lifesavers once,
Yeah.
Choke.
and we were in the tractor, and the tractor was all vibrating because it's an old tractor, and I
Sure.
started choking. And I
Blame the
threw up,
tractor.
and then I
Got a
didn't
little
want it
afraid.
anymore. Got a little afraid.
Odson
makes sense.
says, and by the way, happy birthday to Josh.
Happy
Hodgson.
birthday,
Oh, that's
Josh.
right. It is
Happy
Josh's
birthday, Josh.
birthday. Happy
He says,
birthday.
I've gone back, but it was taco pizza. Whole family threw up, stayed away for decades.
My taco pie.
John, what's yours?
I can't think of one from as a child, but I won't do Long John Silver's anymore after that one Halloween.
Do we know this story? Because
Yeah,
the
I'd
way
like
you
to hear
have
it.
that one
I
Halloween.
talked about it. It was one of the years that the Royals were in the World Series, either 14 or 15.
Was this a Becca situation?
And I was getting ready. I was going to set up outside on the porch, turn the game on, and hand out the candy. Because I get annoyed if I'm downstairs, I'm watching something, constantly going up and down the stairs. So I said it was a nice enough night, going to set up outside. So I was in the process of doing that while the wife had gone out and gotten Long John Silver's for dinner.
Oh, Lord.
And chicken planks. I don't eat the fish. I eat the chicken planks. And I got violently
They're
ill.
called chicken planks?
Yeah, they're just chicken strips.
Chicken
I get
strips.
that.
But the planks, get it, long
Haha.
walk the plank, blah, blah, blah. Got
Arr!
very ill.
It's like a pirate
very
thing.
ill, and
From the chicken strips?
have not had Long John Silver's since. And that used to be like a regular staple.
Really?
The only place you could get good chicken planks or chicken fingers
Yes.
was Long John Silver's for a
I've
long
actually
time.
heard good things about the chicken plank.
I mean,
They
I
were
used to
good.
get them.
Yeah.
They were good.
And the fries. So they have good fries,
Fries
right?
were good, and the little crunchy bits.
I always loved
and the
that
hush puppies.
Long John Silver's. All the food tasted the same. It just tasted like
mean,
their
it does.
fryer.
Yeah, they're
It
all
does.
going.
But I
into the
liked
same-
it. Yeah, but I remember the last time I went there, we had it inside the restaurant and just looking around and how greasy the whole restaurant was. The chairs, the tables.
Did
and I
it
was
still have the
I don't
pirate
really-
theme?
Yeah, it's a nautical themed restaurant.
yeah.
Where you would walk up the the walkway to the restaurant. It was like a wooden ramp, and it had like ropes.
Yeah. Should we try it on the show?
I don't know.
Taste test Wednesday.
I missed that.
Where is our Long John Silver's?
Right over
Saddle
here.
Creek.
No, Nick.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
one on Dodge.
Oh, yeah, right down here.
Right by Burger King.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. It's like half a mile away.
It is Saddle Creek.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
yeah.
I get it. Yeah.
Okay.
Same spot.
Yeah. But yeah,
I'm
right?
kind of afraid to. I don't
Yeah,
wanna get
understandably so.
violently ill.
Yeah.
Maybe a sinkhole will swallow up the Long John Silver's.
Was that the last time you vomited?
Ooh.
Probably, yeah.
Wow. So
Wow.
yeah, you don't want the throw up streak.
Yeah,
You've been-
speaking of Josh, that was probably the last time Josh puked when he puked on air that one.
Oh, yeah.
You've been bomb free that often, that long?
That ended a streak that was longer still.
Wow.
And that also was prompted by food poisoning at Taco John's.
And you still go
But
back
I went
there,
back
though?
to Taco John's.
Interesting. Maybe you
Got
need to
over it.
overcome your fears.
I guess.
For me, you remember it's salmon.
Mhm. I don't think I've thrown up
puked?
since I had
It was
COVID.
right before you got here. I had salmon that had been sitting out for 3 hours.
He thought he could eat 3 hours salmon at a Friendsgiving.
Both ends. It was horrible.
You threw up out of your butt?
He met. I think you messaged us that morning, and you're like, "Guys, I can't do this."
I was
show."
working out. I was riding the bike, and I suddenly was like, I don't really feel very well. I went in there, and suddenly I was like, oh, I don't really. So I grabbed a cup, and I'm sitting in horrible. I'm on the toilet, thrown up into a souvenir Nebraska football cup. Scott Frost was probably on.
If that's not a metaphor for something.
2021.
Was it happening simultaneously?
Oh yeah.
What? How did you take care of that?
Again, I had the souvenir cup.
I didn't think that was possible. I thought it had to be one and then the other. I didn't think.
I mean, maybe it was alternating. You know, it's like a drum. You know,
It's probably blurry.
Hit this and hit this.
I'm sure it was a traumatic experience. He
Rewatched
doesn't remember
Hoosiers
a lot.
that day for the first time.
Nice.
I
I watched
JFK for the first time.
I watched Hoosiers last time I was sick too.
Yeah.
Were you sad watching JFK that they never fingered the motorcycle cop?
Yeah, they didn't ever talk about that guy, did they? That was a fun movie.
He was
See
drunk.
JFK?
I've never seen JFK.
I have never heard that movie described as
It was
fun.
interesting. It was 3 hours though. It's a long movie. Felt better by the end of it though.
Why do they need 3 hours? It's everything kind of happened in
because it's Oliver
seconds.
Stone and
Yeah, it's a conspiracy theory movie.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Kevin Costner. My Patriots Supply Nick, big fan of Kevin Costner.
Kevin Costner's my JFK.
Nice.
So yeah, that's the last time for me. So it's been almost 2.5 years. I guess.
That's a good streak.
When was
Yeah.
You're due for one.
What's your streak? How are you?
I was trying to remember this entire time, and I don't.
That's
really,
good.
That is good.
I can't even really remember a time outside of the spaghetti, obviously, incident.
Really?
Right. Oh, sorry.
I mean, from probably being overserved maybe a couple times.
Oh yeah. Last time that
but it's
happened
been a
for me was
long time.
2019.
Yeah,
I have thrown up since COVID.
Yeah?
I was overserved.
Nice. Classic Nick.
I forgot about that.
I remember
on
that.
account of the overserving.
I remember that.
Do you?
Yeah,
Oof.
I remember that. Josh probably remembers that. Josh was there.
Oopsie.
Wait, which day?
I was at the company party.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Wow, Nick.
It was not inside the company party, though.
It was not.
No, definitely not.
Nope.
I forgot about that.
Yep.
That was funny.
That was the last
It
time.
was funny.
Yeah, that was pretty hilarious.
Yeah.
Because some people saw Nick, right?
Correct.
And he
Yeah.
just tried to play it off.
I think it was just me and my wife.
Yeah,
that
like he was
saw.
getting into his car or something like that.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's like the second I sat down, it was just like, oh no.
Ah! By the way, Riley talking about my incident says coincidentally that was also the reaction to many Nebraska fans while watching Husker football during the Scott
Both
Frost
ends.
era.
yeah.
Oh,
Not both
yeah.
ends.
Oh yeah. By the
That
way,
guy sucked.
Ian sends me a tweet of his from May of 2022. It's about 2 years old now. A hot day and the thick, sultry scent of the Saddle Creek Long John Silvers drifting into the ether reminds us that there is no God.
So there's no Jod.
Jod, yes. Thank you, Nick. Thank you.
There is no job.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, I don't think I can do Long John Silvers anymore.
Yeah.
Which is
Roman
crazy because
724.
seriously, that was like a regular for our family. We would, I mean, if we had fast food, Dad would go get Long John Silvers, and we always got an extra piece of fish for the cat.
I feel like every family
And he
has a
loved
fast
it.
food
Oh my
staple.
God, did he love it? And then he'd do
Ugh.
tricks for us and make us laugh because cats are funny.
I would not
Bold
want to
question.
watch a cat eat a fish. That's the last thing I want.
Fried fish. It's sort of real life.
I know it's not a fish, but it's just gross to me. Cats eating stuff. Ugh, gross. Their little tiny mouths.
Never thought of
I
that.
hate cats.
So you're
hate dogs,
against
too?
watching
No, you guys tell me I hate
objects
dogs. I
with
hate
tiny
cats.
mouths eating things. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's why I love watching Josh eat so much. He's such a big mouth with his big teeth.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. The big teeth. Forgot about
Oh,
that.
that's right. We forgot Josh's absent beard and teeth.
He was covering up
Look,
his
now they're
face
normal
with
size again. They shrunk. My beard grew and my teeth shrunk. I forgot about that. Man, that's been about 4 months.
Can you believe it?
I can.
You got to shave it off again. You got to put it on the line again.
No, never.
Say
again.
Nebraska's going to win 9 games.
My anxiety was rough during that.
Yeah.
It was. I didn't want to be smooth. I don't know how long it would take me to grow back my mustache. I didn't want to lose it.
It wouldn't have taken that
I
long.
don't think it would have made that big of a difference.
One of my
Nick.
best friends did that on a golf trip. He didn't shave. 2 of them actually didn't shave their beards because they were worried how long it would take. It was 5 years ago now. They're the idiots. No, 6 years ago. It would have grown back plenty.
They
of
always
time.
grow back.
They always grow back. Nick, look. Barely remember being smooth as eggs anymore with my big giant teeth.
Smooth big teeth, Josh.
Yeah, exactly.
It's definitely an awkward period of time, though.
Yeah, but it lasted like 2 weeks.
Yeah. That's it.
Now we're
Josh
back
just had to cover his mouth up the whole time.
It was like our old boss, David. How he always talked to us.
Uh-huh.
Even if he was eating, no matter if he was eating or not.
I know.
He doesn't do this. Good job on the show today, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I also don't want to deal with that weird, awkward mustache period where you look like a 14-year-old. That's all you can grow.
I mean, Nick,
Again,
your
I know it won't
mustache
last. I
is
get that.
already very questionable.
Oh, wow.
It is.
Really?
It's kind of the thing, isn't it?
It's
Nick thought he was doing something serious, and you're calling it a bitch.
Nobody has a good mustache.
Because it's not bushy enough for you?
I mean, it's not. It's not awful, but it's also not like totally.
I like it,
filled
Nick.
in.
It's way better than the beard.
It is way better than the beard.
There's
It's definitely better than the
There's
beard.
a Slate
Really?
graphic that we. Oh yeah.
Oh, the beard is bad.
What if you try and grow out the beard again and see what it looks like?
I don't want.
There's a Slate graphic that we have
Maybe it'll look better.
for some of our commercial breaks. Oh, did we delete it? No, here it is. I put it up, and you can see Nick's beard in this. And look at that bad boy. It is so.
Well, that's only because he just let it grow wild, like
I actually
like
don't think that was that
you know,
bad.
like a
I like the mustache better.
like a bush out in the forest.
Yeah, it was just I didn't want to maintain it.
Yeah, we could tell.
It was too much effort that
Hudson
I wasn't
says-
willing to put in.
I won't let Nick around my child with that mustache.
Everybody keeps making that joke, but
Interesting. I feel like it's. I think it's okay for children.
thanks, Josh.
Yeah.
When
I don't have a child, but if I did, sure, you can come over.
When I went to the mustache, that's actually before I met my girlfriend.
Yeah.
When I got more swipes on the dating apps. It was
Interesting.
because of the mustache.
There you go. I think we just learned something.
Are we sure
there.
about that?
Yes.
Do you know that for a fact?
Yes.
Did the people who actually swipe tell you these things?
Well,
John,
he can keep track of how many swipes he's getting.
you can figure it out
you can
pretty
keep-
quick.
Like, look at all these girls messaging me all of a sudden. That's what
How
Nick
do you
was
know
saying.
it just wasn't a lower tier of girl? who
Lower
happened
tier
to-
of what?
Wow.
Well,
I mean, it's a real question.
I'm just asking.
But if he was
because-
still getting more swipes,
yeah, but like I said, what if there were just more
John, why are you
desperate women on there
trying-
versus
What if he dropped down a level?
less desperate?
Why are you trying to? I don't think
I'm
levels
just
work
saying,
that way.
I don't know if it's scientific. I mean, it certainly is coincidental, but I don't know.
don't
know
listen
if,
to him, Nick.
It's really funny hearing John try to explain how dating apps work.
Yeah, it is pretty
Seems
funny.
anecdotal.
Well, dating apps are dumb anyway, but that's not the point.
Wow.
The point is,
Are they?
The point is,
They've worked out great for at least 2 people in this room.
Yeah, that's half the room.
we haven't spoken to the other side yet.
Interesting.
Need to bring Nick's girlfriend in for an interview. Hey, we're looking for summer content, right?
Yeah.
What's it like dating Nick?
Yeah.
Why'd you swipe
when
yes?
are we going to meet Lene?
Lene?
Nice.
That's Monte Teo's girlfriend.
Oh.
Lene Kukua.
Yeah, remember when he was
I'll
making all
never
those
forget that
hugs
name.
of her in the national
Yep.
championship game?
Yes.
That was awesome.
That was such a crazy story.
What a ridiculous time.
That was back when I was the producer, and so that story came out, and I just ignored the show and just read the whole story.
It was so
during
bad.
the show.
Oh, man.
I remember hearing it happen because they were talking about it on Good Morning America, and that was always on before I went to school in the morning.
This was around almost around the time everyone was Tebowing. Remember when people were Tebowing? And then people started Teoing. and you would
That's right.
hold your arm
Hold
up.
your arm around
and
a
there's nobody
pretend
there.
girlfriend.
That's right.
Yeah.
People started doing just like a thing would happen in a
Planking.
football game. Yes. Didn't RG3 do something once and they were like, I'm RG, like he just had stayed on the ground after a touchdown pass.
Oh yeah, I remember
I'm
that
RG3.
one.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
You can't just do it's not a thing.
You know, it's
I don't
not-
remember the Monte Teo wing. We
It's
didn't
just
do that.
pretend,
back
a
home.
pretend girlfriend.
That's
Yeah.
funny. We
Yeah.
didn't do that.
Like
we
what?
did T-bowing for sure.
Yeah,
And planking.
I never T-bowed.
I planked. Did you ever plank?
Didn't plank.
No.
I ironically T-bowed for sure.
Yeah.
Well, if you do something ironically, you're still doing it.
That's fine. That's fine. I definitely one of the things that I was trying to, I don't know if it was a thing elsewhere. Remember when spoiler alert, Walter White. Remember when he died at the end of Breaking Bad?
What?
Yes.
Wow,
The-
spoiler alert.
The last camera shot.
What's next?
of
Kennedy
his-
dies at the end of JFK.
He's laying there,
Yeah.
but he's like kind of happy
Yeah.
because he's been in the lab one last time.
Yeah.
And the zoom out of his face. I really like that. I thought that could be a popular like social media thing.
I
If
almost-
TikTok existed during that time, everybody would have been doing that.
So at the end of that show, there's a song that plays there that the first lyric I think is, I guess I got what I deserved.
Yep.
And one of my friends was like, when they fire Bo Pelini, you should make
Guess
an
I
open with
got
that.
What I
And I just was a
deserve.
little too scared and I didn't do it. I
Oh.
should have done it. Yeah.
My baby.
I miss
blue.
shows having that kind of cultural impact.
It was awesome.
Breaking
because
Bad,
they came out
Walking
every
Dead,
week.
Game of Thrones.
We talked about it every
It's
week.
been a while.
Been a while. Hot D starts soon. Maybe we'll get that
I don't know.
for a little bit.
I don't know because I don't think there will be a show like that anymore. It has that much of it. And the funny
Game
thing
of Thrones
is,
was the last one.
I used to watch
Yeah.
Talking Dead every night after Walking Dead.
No, that's nerd
That's
behavior.
crazy.
Uh-huh.
I hated that guy.
I loved Chris Hardwick.
That guy sucked.
Yeah,
Chris Hardwick.
He
was
just always
great.
wanted to talk.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
Talking bad.
but we talked about Saul.
He wanted
Talking
to do
Saul.
Talking
Yeah, but
Bad.
we were
Talking
good.
Saul.
I didn't like that guy.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah.
it's the same dude.
The only reason I watched a Talking Saul is because I felt like I had to. It's just, I just felt like I had to take in every ounce of whatever came out of this show.
Mm.
I hated that guy though.
Yeah.
You just hated Chris Hardwick.
I irrationally hated that guy.
But it was really cool. They do the episode after the person's character died, then they just be on
yeah,
talking about their character.
Yeah.
but it wasn't his. I mean, he didn't do any of it.
Katie says the best summertime bit you guys could do is Friday with wives. And at 5 every Friday, have one of your significant others call in and give 10 minutes of insight of what it's like to live with you dorks.
Oh,
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if this is a good idea.
Friday with wives.
This could be a bad idea.
Friday with
A
wives.
very bad idea.
it's a really funny bit.
It'd be a very good bit. But yeah, is it a
What do
good
you want
idea?
for dinner, honey?
Is it a good idea?
You could ask her what's for dinner.
What's for dinner?
Yeah. We could ask John's wife. It's like, what's John going to make you make for dinner, even though you're only down to
Don't
one?
make her
half?
make anything.
How's your one arm hanging tonight?
I don't make her make anything.
I do follow Happer's wife on Twitter, and she tweets in like the exact same way as Happer, but about stuff Happer never talks about. It's very funny.
It's amazing.
It's like
We
I was watching
really live
some
in separate worlds.
Yeah.
Like
I'm-
the anti-happer.
She's watching reality TV.
She does a lockdown podcast in the morning as well, but it's about reality TV
Yeah.
with Mitch Sherman's wife of all people. It's
Yes.
very odd.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Mm.
She was telling me she was excited for something with Summer House last night. She was excited that Summer House. Oh, they were going to have the reunion.
I don't know what this is.
I don't know
What
what
is a
summer,
summer
house.
house?
But then she was very disappointed to find out that it was not the night that the Summer House reunion is on. Instead, that would be Thursday. Instead, Tuesday night was Vanderpump Rules.
Is your wife a big fan of all reality TV? Like, does she even branch out to the Australian and UK versions of shows?
That I don't know. That I don't know.
What is the Vanderpump Rules?
I don't know what any of them are. John.
I don't like the name of that show.
Isn't that a band? Oh, is that a show?
It's apparently some popular reality show.
Oh,
I've,
yeah.
I've
Yes, people
heard
watch
the
it.
name, but I don't know what the premise is. Like I know what Survivor is. I know what
Summer
The
House.
American
Amazing
Idol
Race.
Summer
The
House is
Amazing
pretty
Race.
self-explanatory. They all live in a house for the summer. It's in the Hamptons.
Who's they?
And they're rich. I don't know. Just
Nick,
people.
who's they?
They. Lisa Vanderpump first gained fame as a cast member on The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills.
Oh, so it's a spin-off of the Real Housewives.
Oh,
That's why she likes it. She loves the Real Housewives.
But her full-time job is as co-owner and boss at West Hollywood, California restaurant SUR, which stands for Sexy Unique Restaurant.
Sick.
Vanderpump balances her motherly instinct with her shrewd business sense to maintain control over the restaurant's wild group of employees who work at the eatery.
Yeah.
while pursuing their dreams.
I feel like she kind of likes it ironically, you know, like she understands while watching it that it's garbage television, which I appreciate.
I believe this is an actual show. Mike wonders, does your wife watch MILF Mansion?
I don't think so.
That is an actual show.
I am scared to Google this, but it's the work computer. So
yeah, I remember when they announced that show. It was just not that long.
MILF Manor.
MILF Manor.
MILF Manor.
MILF Manor.
I just got a message.
It's not a mansion, it's a manor.
From somebody. Says Vanderpump Rules is awesome if you do as much cocaine as they do, and then added, I used to love that show.
Okay.
Used to.
Vanderpump doesn't sound like a real last name.
I don't know if
definitely
it is.
doesn't.
Probably not.
I mean, who knows?
It sounds like something you'd see on Urban Dictionary.
These aren't the same people who got busted for tax evasion, is it? Or is that a different reality show? Wasn't there like a family at the center of a reality show who got busted for tax evasion or something like that?
Probably.
I don't know.
Probably is them, John. I don't know.
I'm not sure. There's so many of them.
There are a lot of reality shows.
There's so many.
It's odd.
It really gives you
about reality.
It gives you a great idea of how many rich people there are, but it makes you wonder, how did these people how did they get so rich?
Yeah.
Ask their parents or grandparents because they were the ones that made all the money.
The answer is nepotism.
Yeah, it really does make me wonder about my life and where I'm going, where it's like, I could do that, couldn't I? I could make a few extra bucks being a complete weirdo. I'm weird.
Make some TikToks, Josh.
Yeah, why don't we do a reality show just around the radio station?
Well, it'd be a great idea.
I think it'd be very boring.
I wish
Sean and Josh are still not at work yet because it's 1:00.
If our old buddy still worked here, I bet that would be one of the best shows ever.
Well, it would until he said something, and then
they'd beep it out.
They would be canceled.
Star Wars Fiend says 1620 The Zone should have a reality show. The Zone Boys Gone Wild. On this episode, Patriot Nick goes on an American rampage, and John Bishop waits in the Popeyes line.
American rampage.
I'm just sick of getting canceled by woke.
Canceled by woke. I don't have that many interactions with other people that aren't you guys or Josh Hodson.
Yeah.
It'd be pretty boring.
Same here.
Nothing would really happen.
Oh, Chance points out, didn't they try that with Shane and Stibbs one time? Yeah, remember?
Oh, the producer thing.
Yes.
I remember seeing this.
Yes. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what
Did we actually do it, or is it just an idea that?
No,
never
I
got
think
off
we
the
did.
ground?
I think we did something.
Why was it Shane and Stibbs? Was Corey not on board?
I remember watching a video of Shane and Stibbs.
Yeah, good question. Well, he was probably on the air, and that was, Shane and Stibbs.
You couldn't find two more diametrically opposed people than Shane and Stibbs.
Yeah. And we're not just talking about height, folks.
One person was really good and talented, and the other was Shane.
Gee.
He did a lot to make my life harder than it needed to
Not
be.
giving a bleep, Nick.
Spicy.
Right wing Nick is taking no prisoners.
Mm-hmm.
I like Rush Limbaugh, Nick.
That was funny.
Thank you.
His talent is on loan from God.
Any thoughts on any other former coworkers?
I agree with one producer or two.
You agree?
I agree with one producer.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I had to say it with the voice.
I don't get that reference.
Yeah, conservative summer Nick and Corey would have gotten along.
Nice.
That was an interesting crossover.
Yeah, it was.
Sure was. a lot of ground.
We took a journey.
We definitely did.
It was definitely a journey.
It was fine.
Chance. Oh, he made your life hard, Nick.
Chance, he made both of our lives hard in different ways.
Handshake meme.
That's right. All right, Connor. Have a great rest of your day.
Bye, guys.
And we will start the Grom.
Let's do it.
Right after this on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
A really nice Wednesday afternoon in store with temperatures getting up near 80 degrees. We'll have lots of sunshine and light winds as well. Tomorrow we'll start near the 60-degree mark, warming up throughout the day, but we're going to have chances of rain increasing the later you go through tomorrow. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery. KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Post
is roasting every morning.
How does Host Coffee Services provide the best coffee for your workplace? By finding the richest and most robust coffee beans from all around the world and bringing them to our Nebraska roastery, where your coffee is roasted fresh and delivered straight to you.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee Services is always roasting something good for you.
Watch the summer sky light up at Werner Park this season with one of the Omaha Storm Chasers' 10 Friday fireworks shows. Find those Friday firework dates and all promotions at omahastormchasers.com.
Everyone get on your feet, stir up the storm with family.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Bengals kicked off voluntary OTA workouts Tuesday, but a pair of wide receivers were not on the field as they seek new contracts. Both Jamar Chase and T. Higgins were absent. Chase has 2 years remaining on his rookie deal, but is eligible for the first time to sign a long-term extension. Higgins also skipping this week's voluntary workout after receiving the franchise tag. The Bengals begin mandatory minicamp on June 11th. NFL Network insiders Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero both reporting Texans wide receiver Nico Collins signing a 3-year, $72.5 million extension. Collins had just under 1,300 yards receiving and 8 touchdowns in 2023. And Tom also reporting both Patriots quarterback Drake May and Rams defensive end Jared Verse agreeing to terms on their 4-year rookie contracts. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started Wesley Financial Group to do one thing: help people get out of their timeshare nightmare. When you buy a timeshare, the timeshare company can raise your annual maintenance fees at will. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Want out of your timeshare? Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
For the second year, the Nebraska Lottery's NASCAR Powerball Playoff promotion has roared into our state, and the excitement is throttling up. Until June 24th, buy a Powerball ticket with Power Play and Double Play. Enter the voucher number, and you could be one of 15 Nebraska winners of $1,000 and the chance to win a VIP trip to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship weekend, plus a shot at $1 million. Enter today. Powerball top prize odds 1 in 292 million.
The Woodcliff Restaurant in Fremont is just minutes away from Omaha at Woodcliff Lake, your perfect dinner destination. Don't mistake the small town charm for small town food, because the Woodcliff Restaurant is a culinary treat. Voted Omaha's best outdoor patio, it's perfect for a romantic dinner or to bring the whole family to enjoy watching the fish and boats from the lakefront patio. Stop fighting traffic, parking, and one-way streets. Slow down and enjoy a fantastic dinner at the lake. Check them out at woodcliffrestaurant.com or Facebook for specials and events.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at HIMS, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Well, assuming you haven't dropped into a giant chasm, welcome to the Grum.
The only chasm you need
In
is
time for Dumb Debate.
the sweet, sweet release of an AR.
Wow. Ooh.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to the Grum for a Dumb Debates Wednesday.
Yeah.
This is your now 3.5 hours of silliness, and we are your lead clowns.
No, not us. It's May 29th.
I think we're jesters.
There's
we're
a
pretty
lot.
jestery.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in the sports world right now.
Well, I
The
didn't
NBA
say that. Well,
playoffs,
I didn't say
college
that. We're
baseball
just,
tournaments.
but this is just, this is the goofy hour, and we're the lead clown.
I got some great questions coming up for one of our guests today who covers college baseball. Great questions.
Good.
Yeah.
That sounds fantastic.
I'm excited.
The Grum Down is brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Oh my gosh.
The wolves stave off extinction.
I guess they did.
Are they
They're
dire
still
wolves?
alive.
Oh, another Game of Thrones reference.
I've been rewatching it.
Nice.
How does Big Pack Baseball look in the future? You know, because think about it.
Yeah, people are saying.
Big
people are
Pack
asking.
Baseball's coming next
Yeah,
year.
I saw you were debating with your favorite Twitter debater about this yesterday.
Political Action Committee baseball?
Yes, Nick.
No conservative summer, Nick.
Yeah. Are they going to move the college baseball season back to?
No, they're not.
Oh, okay. But
That's
what if
not
they
happening.
did though?
What if they did? Then
Would
it
the
would
Big
get
Ten be
moved
awesome?
back.
Okay.
But what if a giant sinkhole opened up in the middle of a street in Omaha?
That has happened. So now who knows? Now
So
who knows?
sinkholes have opened in Omaha. The college baseball season not getting moved back.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Schatz is going to join us in moments. He is with
Nice.
FTN Fantasy.
Good get, Nick.
Little
Thank
NFL
you.
catch up. Eric Sorenson, the Stitchhead
Oh, I got those questions I just mentioned, John.
from D1 Baseball will join us.
He was stoked to come on when I asked.
He always is stoked. He's one of our great friends of the Grum.
Plus, he enjoys a One Beer Friday with us.
He does.
Yeah.
Very often, usually from a ballpark or a beach.
Yes.
Very rarely from anywhere else. It's either a ballpark or a beach.
I always love his One Beer Fridays after the season ends because it's just like it's time to relax, and he's usually
he's
somewhat
at a
fun.
beach.
Yeah, he definitely is.
His feet, sand, and water.
And a beer.
And a beer.
Anytime's a good time for drinking.
Where will the biggest fights be in the Unsettlement?
Not if it's Bud Light.
We have our first taste of.
Dude, it's time.
No, it's not.
Is
It's
it that
summer.
time of the year again?
Anonymous.
Let's go.
Ty Cobb is not going to like this.
That's funny. Well done, John. For multiple reasons.
It's a Dumb Debates Wednesday. Send us your dumb debates. JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. Use the hashtag Dumb Debates. We're a little light today.
Are we?
Well, I haven't had as many today. I mean, we've been doing but if you've got some, please
All right,
send some our way.
I thought we'd have a lot because of, this last weekend. I figured the dumbest debates would happen on a 3-day weekend.
You'd think. And is Omaha caving in? Yes, if you didn't see this, for those of you who are from out of town, we had a sinkhole open up in the middle of a street just a little northeast of here.
So,
yeah.
33rd and Cass.
Mhm.
This giant sinkhole opened up, swallowed up the street.
Can you imagine if you were driving when that happened?
No.
That would suck. You'd probably die, right?
Again, I was like, I was a little scared. I'm a little nervous right now.
Hashtag Sinkhole City USA. Is that what we're calling this now?
I think we should.
It used to be Swim Town, and now it's Sinkhole City USA.
They've moved the. Maybe this is the city's way of protesting. Hey, you're not going to just start randomly building pools for Olympic athletes. I'm going to create my own.
There you go. Hard to argue with that.
Maybe instead of the Omaha potholes, the storm chasers will go with the Omaha sinkholes.
That'd be a funny bit.
I think they should.
Yeah, I do too.
I think they should.
Yeah, this isn't good. This is bad, in fact.
No. But the crazy thing is the streets department I saw in the press release, they said it's going to be closed for 14 days. They're going to get that pothole filled in 14 days?
Well,
that's no ordinary pothole. You can't just pour concrete in that. You got to fill the sucker back in with dirt and then figure out, hey,
where'd
how
all the dirt go?
That's the point.
Where'd the dirt go?
I think the Gophers have been digging underneath there and causing all these tunnels and causing the collapse.
They stole the dirt from us.
There we go.
They don't want you to have the dirt.
There you see.
I support my dirt rights.
I knew something happened with that dirt.
The government's trying to take your dirt away from you. Don't let them. My wife left me.
Nick, the good news is that your bunker's already dug for
you. That's perfect. This can be where you hide.
No one would ever suspect you're hiding underneath a street in Omaha.
That is a great point, John.
Aren't there tunnels downtown and some you're in the Boys Town area? Just
Are there?
Straight up underground tunnels?
I didn't know that.
I don't know.
I
I'm not
feel
familiar.
like this could be something you do when we talk to Aaron Schatz.
Oh.
You could Google this for us.
Maybe I could do some research. Some
There you
man
go.
on the street, man in the tunnel.
Man in the tunnel.
Do a vlog from the Boys Town tunnel.
Mhm.
Probably could.
Perfect.
And oh, by the way, congratulations to old John Cook.
Old John Cook?
I mean, not old as in
Respect
old.
him,
old,
John.
O-L, old John Cook.
You talking about like old boy? Like Kyle
Yeah.
Schwarber?
Which is also
Old John Cook.
Old John Cook.
Wow.
John Cook getting a $825,000 contract. He's getting a $75,000 annual salary increase.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that makes him the highest paid volleyball coach in America. 5-year deal running through 2029.
Wow.
So I went to the AI machine and I said, Mr. Yogurt signs a big Nebraska coaching contract.
That's not my Mr. Yogurt, John.
And that's what it came up with.
The thing I'm concerned by, I mean, a few things. A, Mr. Yogurt is massive. B, why is he holding something to stab John in the back?
It does look a little ominous. That
Yeah.
and there's a cactus plant sitting next to his yogurt.
Yeah, and that hat is massive.
Also,
Well,
is
he's
that,
massive Mr. Yogurt.
Yeah.
Is that a bag of yogurt? Is that his son?
I have no
It's
idea.
just a tiny bag of yogurt next
You're
to
asking
Mr. Yogurt.
tremendous questions.
I really
right now.
don't know. Strangely enough, though, he's still $125,000 behind Amy Williams. He's not the highest paid women's coach at Nebraska.
That is a surprise.
It's a surprise around here. It makes sense in terms, it just shows you, where the women's basketball game is versus volleyball in terms of national pecking order, if you will.
Yeah.
But around these parts, I mean, this volleyball, that's the best coach on campus.
By far. I mean, there was that one guy who would disagree.
He's been that way for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
You would think he would be number one. Plus, money-making program.
Yeah, exactly. Best coach on campus. Been around for a while.
Money-making program.
Yeah, interesting.
But
look at Mr. Yogurt getting things done.
He is.
Let's go.
Now, that's an extra $75,000 a year he will not have to pay the students.
That is true.
I think Mr. Yogurt has to clean his hat frequently.
Find another avenue. for
Clean
that
it?
money.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh,
Well,
hey, Omaha's still collapsing.
Yeah, it is still collapsing. 402-951-1620. 42 degrees, the source hotline by your mom's house. You can also hit us up and again, send us your dumb debates. Use that hashtag dumb debates, JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Or you can email your dumb debates or any other inquiries or comments into the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com at Equitable.
Firstly.
First ring.
Personally. Yeah, Michael Sevier has sent in not one but two dumb debates questions for us today.
Just came in.
He's good at
Must have
those.
just come in.
Well, he sent one in last week that I forgot about, but he reminded me of it.
Ah.
And then he just sent in another one.
Ooh, we should see if Aaron Schatz and Stitchhead have some contributions, and we could tackle those later.
You want us to ask Aaron, do you have a dumb debates question for us?
Yeah, why not?
Always worry about being silly with a serious guest.
So this makes 2 days in a row where Michael Severe's.
No, he's asking a question. It's not prep.
He is contributing to the program.
Michael always contributes. Michael is a 6A to 6P'er.
I understand that, but he's contributing directly to the ground.
No, he's just being a nice listener. That's what he is being.
That's what he was doing yesterday, and yet you assailed him for it.
No, I didn't assail him. I assailed you for not texting me and saying, hey, do you want to knock out these teams and I'll take care of these teams? That's what I would do.
But you see, I had already done half, and he had already done the other half. So thus there were no more teams to tackle.
All you got to do is reach out to me, John. I was at home.
What team was I going to ask you to do if we have all of them covered?
You started at the bottom, right?
I started at the top.
Yeah, you could have said, hey, do you want to do
By
Wisconsin?
the time I got to my part and he told me where he got to, it was like, oh my gosh, we've met in the middle.
So you could have reached out to me when you started it. Like your first team, you're like, oh, hey, maybe.
Or you could have just been listening on Friday when you suggested we do this in the first
But we never talked about which order of the teams we would even do in this moment. I'm right.
No, I don't think so.
I've already been through one divorce. I don't want to.
Oh, wow. Nick, we're not going to get divorced over this. This is nowhere near a worst fight ever.
No, not
Is
even
it my
close.
Those
fault?
were the COVID days.
These are funny.
The
fights.
COVID fights were the worst
We
fights.
had some good COVID fights. Those are fun.
COVID fights where we're DMing each other, apologizing after the show.
The only fight you should be doing is for your freedom and for your dirt.
And we weren't fighting for our freedom. We were just fighting with each other.
Yeah.
Your peanut butter and the dirt.
Yep.
And you know how hard it was to text with those damn rubber gloves on?
Those were so. Remember taking them off in our hands?
I remember the day I came in. I got tired of wearing the stupid rubber gloves. I just brought in a pair of my winter gloves.
What a dumb time.
It was so stupid. Aaron Schatz will join us next.
Football!
Let's catch up on a little football.
It's almost here!
No, it's not. It's only May 29th.
Oh, okay.
1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Watching a ball game at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is pretty awesome. Oscar's offers the MLB package, so your team is always on their upgraded audio-video system, and nothing is better than watching the game with a cold frosty one, Oscar's Pizza, or award-winning char-buffed wings. And with daily lunch and dinner specials, it's really a no-brainer. So get ready to watch your favorite team play ball at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 173rd and West Center Road, and takeout at 162nd and Maple.
Email any of our shows anytime into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. For me, John at 1620thezone.com. The Equitable Bank inbox from 1620 The Zone.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball, proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. Tune in to hear every pitch, every hit, and every out as the Chasers play at Warner Park and across the International League in 2024. With the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil.
The Storm Chasers are on the road and take on Indianapolis tonight. First pitch is scheduled for 5:35. You can hear all the action on your home for the Storm Chasers 1290 Coil.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to speak?
Too hard. Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 10 minutes a day.
10 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make languages fun and engaging. You might even forget you're learning. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. Babbel teaches language skills you'll actually use. About travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you having real conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are voiced by real native speakers, you'll get pronunciation just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long. And with Babbel, it isn't hard. It's perfect.
Get Babbel. It starts here. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Seasons change. Why not your tech? Upgrade now during the Dell Technologies Summer Sale event and save on select PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core processors. You'll be able to bring your most intensive projects to life with built-in AI, minimalistic design, immersive visuals, and cinematic audio. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics plus free shipping on everything. Amazing prices await you for a limited time only at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
There are some things that happen every day. In the morning, my paper gets delivered. Thank you. Around noon, my neighbor waters his flowers wearing a bathrobe and hip waders. Hello, Mr. Willis. Where's my paper? After dinner, the lady up the street walks her 14 poodles. And just before the 10 o'clock news, the Nebraska Lottery winning numbers are drawn for their daily games. Nebraska Pick 3, 2x2, and My Day. With Nebraska Pick 3, you choose your bet type. In 2x2, there's a $22,000 top prize. And with My Day, you choose a 6-digit date. They're all just $1 to play, with drawings every day. Oh, excuse me. Hi, Mr. Willis. I'm still looking for my paper. Guess which part of the day is my favorite?
Nebraska Pick 3, 2x2, and My Day top prize odds vary by game.
Nothing says summer better than corn, carnivals, and baseball. Come enjoy carnival games, food and drink specials, and watch the Storm Chasers play in their fan favorite Corn Chasers jerseys at our Wednesday night carnivals, presented by Nebraska Spine Hospital. You can also bring your canine friends to these games as part of our Park in the Park series. Visit OmahaStormChasers.com for more info.
Omaha Storm Chasers family. Everyone get on your feet, stir up the storm, we're family.
No better time than now to focus on your garden or landscape. Come shop Lanaha's Garden Center, filled with the area's best quality plants, flowers, and trees. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanaha Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back to the program on this Wednesday, 402-951-1620. It is great to be joined in the video stream by Aaron Schatz of FTN Fantasy, Chief Analytics Officer, who has been a semi-regular guest during football season. Thought it might be a nice time to check back in a month or so after the draft. Aaron, how's your off season?
Hey, off season's good. Busy working on our preseason annual book. So when everyone else in the NFL world is chilling out in May and June, we're working hard so we can get this baby out in early July when the teams go to training camp.
And Aaron, one of the other things that you've been doing is looking back. You continue to add in old seasons and look at the DVOA of various franchises and players throughout that era. I wonder why you find it important to look back as far as you have, and I guess to continue to look back every time that you get a chance.
I mean, it's fun. I love looking into history. It's great to have more players to use as comparisons for the players of today. It's great to complete play-by-play. And, you know, eventually I'm going to end up talking to the league about changing league stats because there's errors in those past years. I'm just one of those guys who's very meticulous about numbers. So the idea that we want to get the past of the NFL, so much work has been done to get the past of Major League Baseball correct. And nowhere near as much work has been done to get the past of the National Football League correct. And I am here to change that.
And you have taken DVOA back. When we've quoted DVOA, it's usually gone back to 81, 82, but now you've added 1979 and 1980. I'm curious, what were your most interesting discoveries about those years? Because those were kind of formative years for the NFL. We were getting out of the 70s, but some rules had started to change to open up passing just a little bit more. What did you find that was really interesting about those years?
Yeah, once we get 1978, I don't know if we're going to be able to go earlier than that. And 1978 is a very logical starting point because it's the 16-game season and the liberalization of passing rules. You know, I was not a football fan when I was 5 or 6 years old, so it's all new to me. I think the biggest surprise was just how good and dominant Earl Campbell was. Earl Campbell had 2 of the 5 best rushing seasons in our database in 1979 and 1980. The fact that the Falcons were so good in 1980, the fact that the Patriots were really good in 1980 was kind of a surprise. And I don't know if I realized quite how good the Eagles were for that couple of years when they were having all kinds of off-field drug problems. But, you know, they were the best team in the league in 1980 and then got upset in the Super Bowl by the Raiders. So there's a lot of really interesting stuff from that time and great players and memories of, you know, now that we've done 79, we actually have the Steel Curtain at its height in our database. It's pretty cool.
What is that process like, Aaron? You mentioned a few minutes ago that some of the stats, you know, that you're wanting to reach out to the NFL because they're a little off. I wonder, taking us under the hood, like how this works, I guess at its most basic level.
We've collected a lot of game books. The league has a lot of game books for old seasons available on one of its websites for media. We've collected game books as much as possible to fill in holes. Then we've collected video as much as possible to fill in holes after that. And a fellow by the name of Jeremy Snyder does a lot of hard work to transcribe the videos into play-by-play that looks like modern play-by-play. We actually went to NFL Films and bought some videos of old games from 79 and 80 to help complete our data. And we're going to do the same thing for 1978. And we put it all together, and it gets put together in a big spreadsheet where different aspects of each play end up in different cells. And then that becomes a database that has all the plays in it so that I can do all the stats.
Aaron Schatz joining us, FTN Fantasy, here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Moving things back to the modern day, you know, this draft was so very unique. We set a record for most consecutive picks of offensive players, set a record for most quarterbacks taken as early as they were. I'm curious how you saw this draft. Did it feel like a changing of the guard in what now is being prioritized in this game?
There was definitely an element of analytics winning in this draft because one of the things that a lot of analytics people feel is that the quarterback position is so important that you have to draft it very early, even though the bust rate is high. Because if you hit on a star quarterback, it's so important for your franchise that you have to take the chance. And I think this year we saw teams really move up those quarterback picks. The Penix pick is an interesting debate and an interesting discussion to be had. But to me, the one that really stood out was Bo Nix going 12th. Because I don't think anybody thought that in a previous year, Bo Nix was a good enough quarterback to go 12th in the draft. Otherwise, I think that the fact that so many offensive players went high in the first round is a function of just where the strength of this class was. It was just a class that was stronger at tackle and wide receiver than it was at edge rusher or cornerback, and therefore those offensive players did go earlier.
Aaron, last time we talked to you would have been right before the Super Bowl, and so we would have known by that point that Jim Harbaugh was officially going to the Chargers, but obviously we were so wrapped up in 49ers versus Chiefs. So now that we've had a few months removed since then, I wonder how you view the impact that he could have on this team in year one. He obviously had a lot of success with San Francisco his first year there. That was all the way back in 2011. It's been a decade since he was a head coach in the NFL. He has a great quarterback, or a potentially great quarterback, a guy with a lot of tools. How are you viewing the situation for Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers in year one?
I think the most likely thing is that Harbaugh has a negative impact in year one because he wants to set up the organization in his image, and they need a lot of work. That roster needs a lot of work, and the decisions that Harbaugh made to try to craft it in his image make it need more work than it could have otherwise. Like I think, took a step back in order to take a step forward, and I think that this year is going to be the step back. I am working on something for ESPN Plus, along with Seth Walder and Mike Clay, where we rank the 32 rosters from 1 to 32, and I had the Chargers like 31st or something.
Ooh.
This is a bad This is a bad roster, right? They've got a couple of star edge rushers, but they're older, especially Khalil Mack. There's some interesting defensive backs, obviously, but also some holes. The wide receivers are a lot of question marks. The offensive line has question marks. Herbert, for all the greatness of Herbert, you'll read when the almanac comes out, he has not a good track record in fourth quarter of close games. Like he's mismanaged. Like the arm is sound, and I'm not, criticizing his brain at all, but there has been some mismanagement of fourth quarters.
Aaron Schatz, FTN Fantasy, joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Historically, it is the worst situation for any rookie quarterback to walk into the city of Chicago. But analytically, how good is the situation Caleb Williams walks into with the Bears?
Here it's interesting. I did something also for ESPN Plus. I think this is the best offensive situation that any number one quarterback has ever been drafted into. But what I considered were his teammates. I did not consider his coaches, and I did not consider his defense. I think the way that the Bears defense improved over the second half of last year is going to lead people to overrate how good that defense is. I think we don't really know about Shane Waldron and his ability to develop quarterbacks. I think you have to assume that rookie quarterbacks are going to be bad, right? Here are the three things that could happen with a rookie quarterback. I mean, there's a fourth one, but really the three things that could happen are they're bad at first and then get good, or they're good right away. Most likely they're bad at first, and then either they stay bad or they get good. So I think expecting Caleb Williams to be incredible, even with the quality receivers that he has, is a stretch.
Aaron, you mentioned there at the beginning of the answer, not taking into account coaches or his coaches there. And I wanted to ask you selfishly about the Cowboys and hiring Mike Zimmer, but also maybe looking at Dallas's rival in that division, the Eagles, given that they will also have two new coordinators on both offense and the defensive side for now the second straight year. Like what kind of impact can first-year coordinators have? Like, how do you take that into account in terms of your projections, whether it's with those teams or other ones around the league?
All other things being equal, teams that have to learn new systems tend to take a step back. And that would be, I'm assuming Zimmer's coming in with his system, not Quinn's system, so that they need to learn a new system. The Eagles are going to have to learn Fangio's system. I didn't go back in history because Zimmer hasn't bounced from team to team to team the way Fangio has. But this belief that people have that Vic Fangio turns around defenses immediately is completely not backed by history. And last year's Miami Dolphins are a great example. Historically, Fangio's defenses do not usually get good until his second or third year there. So I think the idea that he's suddenly going to turn the Eagles defense back into one of the top defenses in the league is very unlikely.
Aaron Schatz joining us here on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. You can see his work, ftnfantasy.com. As he also mentioned, he has been contributing with ESPN Plus. Last year, Aaron, it was the Lions. Are you expecting Houston to be that attractive bandwagon to jump on in 2024?
Yes, and I think it's a good bandwagon to be on. The fact is, I said earlier, right, that you take a quarterback high because when you hit, it changes your franchise, and they hit. And they've made some good signings, and they've made good trades. And I question how good Diggs is, given the way he declined in the second half of last year. But there's a lot of good talent on that roster, and I like DeMeco Ryans, and I like C.J. Stroud, and I'm on it. I'm on the Houston bandwagon. There's a couple of questions that I get every year. One is, which is the out of nowhere team that's going to make the playoffs, and the second is, which is the team that's going to take that next step, like the Lions did last year. I don't have a good out of nowhere team to make the playoffs this year, but I do have a team to take the next step, and that's Houston.
Aaron, who is then the third question would be, all right, so who's going to regress? We always see year to year a bunch of teams, handful of teams that make the playoffs fall out. Who are those candidates that you look at for 2024?
Tampa Bay, but I don't think that takes a lot of, I don't think that that's like a big statement.
Sure.
Tampa Bay is not going to be probably as, as good as they were last year. I think the Chargers, even though they didn't make the playoffs last year, I think last year there was a lot of blaming it on injuries for the Chargers, and this year it's going to be the players are just not that good. My projections that I've done so far have the league pretty similar to last year. There's probably like less change year over year than most years that I do projections. I'm going to end up predicting a lot of stuff to be the same as it was last year, and some of it won't be, because it always is, right? Things always do change, but the prediction is going to be that it stays pretty constant.
Is that odd, considering, it's not just the rookie quarterbacks that are coming in, but we've had others like Russell Wilson and Kirk Cousins changing teams. So there's a lot of faces moving around. It seems kind of odd that it, at least analytically, it feels kind of the same as last year.
I don't want to overrate what a 36-year-old man and a 40-year-old man can do coming off torn Achilles. Okay?
Very fair.
Will Cousins and Rodgers improve those offenses? It's very unlikely that those offenses will not improve with those quarterbacks. Will they turn those offenses into top 10 offenses? I sincerely have my doubts in both cases and think we are overrating what older men can do coming off of an injury like this, despite the fact that they do have good receivers around them in Atlanta, and the Jets worked on their offensive line this offseason. And obviously the Jets have a really great defense, although the Falcons have a bad defense. But yeah, I think we're a little bit too high on those guys.
Aaron, earlier you mentioned Harbaugh, maybe, liking him as a bit longer play than a 2024 play. Is there a rookie head coach, though, that you like to make an immediate impact on that team this season?
Oh, nothing is really coming to mind where I'm like, oh, that's, the one who I think will make more of an impact, put it this way, the coach who's no longer there, where I think there's less impact than people think, is Bill Belichick and Gerard Mayo. Because the Patriots are getting back their best edge rusher and two of their three best cornerbacks. That defense looks pretty darn good, even without Belichick to design it. And I don't know how much Belichick was the designer the last couple of years versus how much his son was the designer. And I think that they're still going to have a pretty good defense. And I think they are going to surprise some people by not going 4-13. I think they're going to be more like a 6-11 or a 7-10.
Aaron Schatz, FTN Fantasy. How soon before the almanac is ready to go, and can people already place their orders now?
You can't place your order yet. We still need to put together a page. We still need to put together the cover. We are shooting for July 12th, which would be like 3 weeks earlier than last year. So, since I'm not in flux the way my job situation was last year, we are able to get it out a lot earlier this year. Chapters are already written. We're working hard on it. So, yeah, we're shooting for July 12th.
Well, and as you said, everything's going to look the same as it did last year. So there's a lot of copy and paste from that year ago.
Yeah, but it means we have to write that. Like, we have to say why.
You can't just say, just read last year's.
Wait, you can't just do Control F and then find all the.
Remember before Aaron Rodgers tore his Achilles? Just read that again. And
well, Aaron, it's great to catch up with you. Good to talk to you again. We look forward to the upcoming season. We really appreciate it. And once you get that out, we'll have you back on so we can get folks to the Almanac.
Absolutely. We'll talk to you in July when the Almanac comes out.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Aaron.
Aaron Schatz, FTN Fantasy. You can also read some of his work now at ESPN+.
Mm-hmm.
So really good stuff there. Fascinating that with all the changes, a lot of stuff kind of feels the same, but as with anything else, we can throw out all the fancy numbers we want. Someone's going to surprise us.
Yep. It happens.
We're going to get a good surprise. We're going to get a bad surprise.
Yeah. The rule has kind of been find 5 or 6 teams to drop out of the playoffs in totality, find 5 or 6 teams to hop back in. I think that you look at the AFC, you kind of start there. And I would say, Cincinnati would seem to be an obvious example of a team that could hop back into the playoffs, right? Their quarterback was out half of the year. They were still pretty solid otherwise, but they'll probably improve. It's funny because you want to say, maybe Jacksonville can hop back in. But if you really like the Texans, then that means the Jaguars would have to hop up and take a wild card. All right, so then who do you like to fall out? I mean, some people would probably talk about Nick's Dolphins, maybe the Cleveland Browns. Maybe you look at a quarterback getting hurt in Baltimore or Buffalo or even Kansas City and falling out. Certainly Pittsburgh would be another example. And then you do the same thing in the NFC. Like, do you get two teams from the NFC East in the playoffs again? Do the Packers and Lions both make the playoffs? He talked about the Bucs as a team that could drop off. And look, the 49ers, as great as they've been the last couple of years, we're not that far removed as well from them having a lot of injuries affect them, and they did have injuries last year, but it didn't affect them to the point where they missed the playoffs. What if something like that happened? I know a lot of people love your Rams this year, and certainly the Cowboys, I think, are an obvious pick of regression to miss the playoffs, sadly.
Speaking of regression.
Yes, tell me more.
We got another sinkhole.
What? Where?
KTV reporting this afternoon there's a sinkhole that has forced an apartment building to evacuate in Council Bluffs.
Oh, wow.
So the sinkhole is like moving across the river.
Wow. It's
like one of those Looney Tunes sinkholes.
I'm thinking that we've got one of those giant worms.
Oh, like in Dune.
Dune.
Well, I was thinking
like
more
Dune 2?
I was thinking more. What was the name of the movie where they were
Dune
fighting the creatures under the ground? It was a real campy, like
Core?
early '90s movie.
Is it Core?
I'm trying to remember.
What about the things that were under the spaceship in Star Wars Episode 7? Like that, but they're in Council Bluffs?
Yeah, it could be.
Wow, what's going on?
I don't know.
Star Wars Fiend says Nick Grimm taking his American rampage across the bridge.
Apparently.
Wow.
It pays to cross the bridge.
It
the
does.
bridge.
Apparently.
The bridge.
Yeah, this isn't great. I don't like this.
I don't either.
We don't like sinkholes.
I'm going to stay in Lincoln tomorrow.
Yeah, you're doing the show from Lincoln?
Well,
what if Lincoln gets a hole?
Tremors. Is that the movie you're thinking
Tremors,
of?
that's the
Thanks
movie.
to Jacob Padilla
Yes,
and
Tremors.
others.
You're going to have a link hole.
I didn't realize that Jacob Padilla watched movies. I thought you just watched basketball games.
Well, I mean, the Suns aren't usually playing this time of year. So.
Wow.
A billion people also said Tremors in the chat.
Yeah, shout out to the billion people.
Yes, thank you.
I've never seen this nor heard about this.
It was really campy.
Oh, hey, I got
but
text.
It was kind of good. It was
Adam and Severe. Tremors.
It was kind of fun.
Oh, that thing?
Yeah.
Tremors.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Trying to remember. Fred Ward was in it. And I can't remember.
1990 is when it came out. Let's see. Is it streaming anywhere?
I've heard it's not. I've heard it's campy.
It's very campy.
No, you'd have to rent it. Oh, I recognize that poster.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's one of those
living
cult
under the ground. They're
movies.
just sucking people under. It's sad. It's very sad.
Severe points out that Kevin Bacon is in the movie.
That's right. Kevin Bacon was in it.
Remember 6 Degrees of Separation from Kevin Bacon?
You think Kevin Bacon's in one of our holes in the city?
Why don't you go look?
And go check tonight when you're getting some more of your canned macaroni and cheese.
Nice, Nick.
You never know when the mac and cheese is going to hit the fan.
Everything's hitting the fan these days.
A lot of stuff hitting the fan. Well, fans are very popular these days.
It's going to get everywhere.
I go to bed with a fan every night.
In advance of our guest here in a little less than an hour, Eric Sorenson, more on the baseball regionals, because we didn't get to this yesterday.
The hell are regionals?
There were some very questionable decisions made by the committee, yet rather convenient at the same time.
Oh, interesting, John.
Also, the future of big pack baseball. And I've got some more
dead.
odds.
That's the
I like
future.
a pack.
I got some more odds on the regionals this weekend, especially Nebraska.
Okay.
What the hell are
Is this
regionals?
going to make people mad again? Or they're going
I
to
don't
say,
know.
what about Creighton, bro?
I don't.
John, what about Creighton?
They're not playing.
Oh, okay.
They're not playing.
And again, remember, John is rooting for teams that he has done prep sheets for.
Exactly.
So wait, is that just Nebraska? Have you?
No, Coastal Carolina.
And John's rooting for Coastal Carolina. Go Huskers, go Coastal Carolina. Remember, Coastal Carolina used to have a football coach that was at Nebraska for a while. Remember the Joe Moglia movement? Remember when people
There
wanted-
was a big Joe Moglia movement.
Would that have
People
been-
love them some Joe Moglia.
Would that have been more fun than hiring Mike Riley? Probably. At least it would have been more interesting.
It would have been. Yeah.
Yeah.
Though with Joe Moglia, we probably don't get Diakomania.
That's true.
Diakomania was fun.
Triple B would say, awesome. I don't have to make those worthless shirts that nobody bought.
I thought it was a good idea.
It was a great idea. They
People
were
had-
awesome.
People
I
were
had them in my
very
desk
excited
at work.
until the first game happened.
How come it's not on your body?
I mean, I guess it does fit again now. I don't know, Nick. You want me to wear it?
Yeah, put it on.
I think I need to wash it because I've used it a couple times when I don't have napkins and I wipe my greasy hands on it. because we used to, you know what? Shout out to our new bosses. We have paper towels all the time now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big fan. I like having, and there's soap over in that area.
That's true.
Remember you had to go to the bathroom to wash your hands after eating a meal?
Well, isn't that where you're supposed to go? Where else are you going to go?
No, in the little cubby area.
The little cubby area.
It's not, they have soap now. And
You
not
can't
just dish soap.
You can't just walk an extra few steps to.
It's nice
because that sink doesn't have like the proper drainage, does it?
Just to wash your hands, just a little grease, a little fried chicken grease. Yum, 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 yum. Daddy's home, lick, lick, lick. Popeye's home, lick, lick, lick.
Hey, Daddy's home, lick, lick, lick.
Lick, lick, lick.
Takes so long to get your chicken at Popeyes. The grease is already hardened and coagulated.
No, that's not true, John.
What is true is that the NBA playoffs have tipped off. And
What?
it's not too late to get in on the action.
There's still more games to come,
There are
John.
still more games to go. We won't have to wait more than a week for the next game. The next game will be in just another day or two.
A day.
Because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. The series is going back to Minnesota.
Oh, yeah.
So this might be a good time to put some money on the Wolves, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And if you win that $5 bet, you get $150 in bonus bets.
That's not Minnesota anymore.
And you don't even have to go. You don't even have to go to.
Oh, yes, you do.
To Mr. Lundergaard.
Nice reference.
Because, listen, whether you're funny looking or not funny looking, there's a lot of things you can win when you go to the FanDuel Sportsbook. That's FanDuel.com/1620 to get started today.
I don't think I can do another half minute of accent, so I'm just going to say $150 that you can use on same game parlays, live bets, championship futures, and a whole lot more. Plus, John, football season will be here before you know it. Have you seen this and heard about this? It's at the end of May right now. Football is 3 months away, but we're not counting down. FanDuel.com/1620 to get started today. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
The Connor Happer Show.
Chris writes in on Twitter, there will be no missing Angel Hernandez. Absolutely none. He's terrible, and I'm truly happy to see him go. Do you at all feel bad for a human man, Angel Hernandez, who just so happens to be just awful at his job? Do you at all feel like, all right, he's retiring, we should just let it go, rather than pile on, happy to see you go, rotten hell, you know?
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
A really nice Wednesday afternoon in store with temperatures getting up near 80 degrees. We'll have lots of sunshine and light winds as well. Tomorrow we'll start near the 60-degree mark, warming up throughout the day, but we're going to have chances of rain increasing the later you go through tomorrow. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery. KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
I'm Ryan Osted. Golf is great because it can be whatever you want it to be. If you want to go out and have a competitive 18 holes, you can make it that. If you want to go out and have a scramble and just have the time of your life, if you want to have a charity golf tournament to raise money for some great cause, you can make it that. It is flexible to be whatever you need it to be at that particular moment in your life. And I've needed golf to be different things at different points in my life. And I'm certainly thankful that I was able to learn the game as a kid and continue to play it now as an adult.
Play better, have fun, and shop Osted's.
The following is a test of the KOZN emergency system equipment. The data tones you just heard are used in the emergency alert system. This concludes testing of the KOZN emergency alert system equipment. This station serves the Nebraska Operational Area Number 1.
Experience personalized service and exceptional deals at Woodhouse Lincoln. With cutting-edge technology and incredible design, Woodhouse Lincoln is the place to find your next luxury vehicle. Going on now. Receive 2.9% APR for 72 months on the 2024 Lincoln Navigator. Or save up to $2,000 off MSRP with retail customer cash on the 2024 Lincoln Navigator. With approved credit, $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires July 8, 2024. See dealer for details.
Success in today's electrical market requires your company to be able to adjust to an ever-changing field. A partnership with IBEW Local 22 gives you that flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, proven training programs, marketing assistance, entry into markets not available before, ability to expand and contract with changing market conditions, and a benefits package for you and your employees. Contact Bob at IBEW Local 22 for additional details at 402-980-7596.
Hey, you hear that? That's the sound of loose change in your pocket reminding you to buy a 99-cent medium fountain drink from Casey's. So the next time you hear this, you already know where to go. 99-cent medium fountain drinks. It's not crazy. It's Casey's.
No better time than now to focus on your garden or landscape. Come shop Lanaha's Garden Center, filled with the area's best quality plants, flowers, and trees. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanaha Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Introducing Modern Real Estate, the game changer in Nebraska's property market. With a competitive 2% commission rate, we're making buying, selling, and investing more affordable and transparent than ever. Our experienced agents blend local expertise with cutting-edge technology to provide top-notch personalized service to all clients. Don't settle for less when you can save big without compromising. Visit modernrealestateco.com and experience the future of real estate today. Modern Real Estate, redefining the way you do real estate.
This is unsportsmanlike conduct
where your mindset is.
And your ball. The 1620. The soul.
John, a text to the text line at 402-951-1620 from Don. Says John went from Minnesota-ish to kind of Canadian to pseudo-Irish.
No, that was all northern.
Interesting.
Listen, so intent doesn't necessarily mean that's what the execution was.
No, I think the execution was just fine
with committing to one voice when I tried to do
I think
other
it was
voices.
just fine. I think the listener, what was his name? Drake.
Don.
Whatever. I think he's got it. I think his hearing. I think he was hearing things in Irish.
Maybe he was.
That wasn't the execution. We have some more odds.
You're odd.
The site Stats O War
pot calling the kettle black
has calculated simulations of all of the baseball regionals.
Oh, I like Stats O War. That is a TCU fan.
Stats O War
Does really good.
regionals?
If you like nerdy stats on sports, mainly college football, this is a person
guess
you
what?
should follow.
He has branched out to college baseball.
Yeah, that's a tough look, but still like the guy. We should try to have him on during football season.
Would you like to guess what Stats O War is projecting? So this is how many times, and I'm guessing it's probably 10,000.
1 billion simulations.
Not sure how
I'll
many.
just give you a percentage, right? That's what you need.
Yeah,
a
just
percentage.
give me a percentage of. Well, let's start with Niagara. How often does Niagara win the Stillwater Regional in Stats O War's simulation?
0.5% of the time.
No, 2.2.
Oh, wow.
Give it up for the Fighting Niagara Falls.
Way off.
Fighting Falls.
All right, 2.2. Okay.
Florida, the 3 seed.
I gotta reverse engineer this. Let's go 21% of the time.
No, 18%.
Okay. So right now, that's 20% total?
Yep.
Let's say that Nebraska is 21% of the time then.
Well, that would be close, 22.
And then what is that, 60?
Oklahoma
basically?
State is 57.5%.
All right,
Oh,
there
wow.
we go.
So
that's a big portion of the
that
pie.
is a big portion.
They're the
of
home
pie.
team, Nick. They have a number next to their name.
They will have a number next to their name.
They
no
should
question
make it
about
neutral site, a neutral site
Oh,
tournament.
don't you say that. That's
No.
disgusting, Nick. Ugh.
No, that's terrible.
All playoffs should be at home fields. That is my take. All playoffs should be.
I don't hate that.
All of them.
I don't hate that at all.
I'll allow for a championship series like the College World Series to be in Omaha.
I understand how important it is to protect you and your home.
Bingo, Nick. Yes. What if the bleep hits the fan?
What if they come for your home field?
Exactly.
That's take it away.
That's what Nebraska's trying to do. They are trying to come for their home field this week.
They are trying to come for their home field. Aria Gerson covers the Vanderbilt Commodores for the Tennessean. She looked at 5 different ranking systems and then did an average just to see who had the hardest and most competitive regionals.
Okay.
So the most competitive regionals, this is based on an average ranking of all 4 teams. So this in her estimation, using these 5 different computer ranking systems, are the 3 toughest regionals. The Tallahassee. Oh, he's only a sophomore from Tallahassee.
Nice.
Where do you think Tallahassee is?
It's in Florida.
Okay.
He was doing a.
Oh, he's only a sophomore from Tallahassee.
He's doing Keith Jackson, Nick.
Oh.
Oh, Nelly.
Florida State, Alabama, Central Florida, and Stetson.
Bennett?
No,
See, he's
Stetson.
back with your team.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Next, it's the Mike Farron Regional, Tucson.
Yeah, I was reading something today that mentioned that regional as being tough.
And then the Clemson Regional. As far as the regional that's it's easiest for the number 1 seed.
Yeah.
Charlottesville, which is Virginia, Fayetteville, Arkansas, Knoxville, Tennessee. 2 horse races. These are comparing the 1s
Two
and the
hot
2s
coffees.
versus the 3s and the 4s. The biggest separation between the
I
1s
see.
and the 2s and the 3s and the 4s.
So, like Nebraska's, that regional would not be in this.
It is not.
Okay.
Chapel Hill, which features North Carolina and LSU.
That's tight.
Norman, which features Oklahoma and Duke.
Mm.
And College Station, featuring the Aggies of Texas A&M and Louisiana. By the way, Texas is the 3 seed in that region. I got another number for you here in just a minute. But here's where Nebraska comes in. The strongest 2-3 combos.
That makes sense. I mean, we combine the percentages. It's essentially 40% chance of winning.
Number 1 is Clemson's regional, Vandy and Coastal. Number 2 is Tucson, Dallas Baptist, West Virginia. Number 3 is Tallahassee, Alabama, Central Florida. And number 4, Stillwater.
Nice.
Nebraska and Florida.
It seems like they're not a traditional 3 seed, right?
Yeah. And the strongest 3 seeds, Florida is considered the number 1 3 seed.
Oh, wow. Cool.
With Texas and then West Virginia. And speaking of 3s and 4s, since this event, the College World Series, moved into the Chuck in 2011, we have averaged at least 1 3 seed or 4 seed getting into the College World Series.
What do you mean by we have averaged?
Meaning that over the course of those years, we've had at least 1 3 or 4 seed get in on average. There's been a couple of years,
that's what I was trying to understand.
Years where there's been 1 year where we had none, but there's been a year where we've had 2.
Okay, interesting.
So there's a good chance we're going to see, and just to give you an idea who the 3 seeds are this year, I just mentioned Texas, Oregon, Florida, Coastal, Georgia Tech, James Madison, Nicholls State, Illinois, K-State, St. John's, West Virginia, Wofford, UCF, UConn, VCU, Indiana. If the odds continue to play out as they have, one of those teams is making the College World Series.
Interesting.
So,
are you saying it's going to be Florida, you jerk? Is that what you're saying here?
No, actually, you know what? If
who do you like? Coastal?
You know who I
you like Coastal because
like,
you've already done prep for them.
You know who I kind of like? I'm not going to like this.
Oh, no. Is it Texas?
Texas.
You know I don't hate that, John. I don't mind doing a little hook 'em.
You scum.
I don't mind doing a little hook 'em.
Because they're playing at Texas A&M. Very good team, but I mean, if there was a program, Texas is they're the Kentucky of, to what Kentucky is to men's basketball, Texas is to baseball.
What, choking in the postseason?
No, just being generally great.
Because Kentucky, they've choked big time.
They have, but
and remember Cal probably left for Arkansas.
He did.
Yeah.
That's all right. Old boy from Oakland isn't, jacking up threes.
That's true. It's baseball after all.
It is baseball. I kind of like Texas.
Money Chris asks us, Florida being the strongest 3 seed. So then NU was the weakest 2 seed. Is that how that works? No.
They don't seed on the S curve.
Can you tell me why did they do that again? I know that's been another criticism that the sport has taken. And rightfully so, correct?
It is regionals. I mean, there is an emphasis placed on getting teams to play closer to home.
But not like they used to, right? It's not as bad as or not as regional as the regionals.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, once upon a time, they truly were regionals.
It's like you could get screwed by being the host.
Being in the wrong
part of the country.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can find what folder do I have it under?
So yeah, Nebraska, to answer the question why you look for that, Nebraska is not the weakest 2 seed because that is not how they set it up.
No, there used to be what they called districts. There were 8 districts. And if you were in so every qualifier came from one of the 8 districts. So for example,
9.
The district
I was trying to do a Hunger
District
Games,
5
but I forgot.
was the Dakotas, Nebraska, Iowa, Missouri, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Colorado. Somebody from one of those states was going to the College World Series. There was a district in the Northeast. District 4. So one of the reasons the Big Ten used to be a regular appearance at the College World Series because District 4 was Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan, Ohio, West Virginia, and Indiana. I'm sorry, not West Virginia. That's in District 2. So they're literally, District 4 literally was the Big Ten Conference.
So you get teams that would, at the very least make it to the
Exactly.
Supers. Okay. Interesting.
So that's the way it used to be. You used to have districts. And so you had to come from one of those areas.
Yeah.
Then they went to the regional format, and it was kind of, just look at the...
So they used to call it the district format?
I don't know if they called it the district format, but that's what they were. For example, so Santa Barbara is a host. The teams that are in that regional this weekend are Fresno, Oregon, and San Diego.
Yeah, sure. So
they're keeping everyone there. Nebraska was probably destined for either Norman or Stillwater or College Station.
Yeah.
In using that logic. It's not always that way.
Yeah.
Creighton, for example, they got sent to Corvallis a couple of times. Didn't
they come out of LA the last time they made it to the Supers? Or no?
Well, no.
Did they make the Supers in 19?
No, they almost made the Supers.
But they were in LA, right?
No, they were in Corvallis.
They were in Corvallis.
They were in Corvallis twice. They were in LA once.
Okay.
So it's not always that way, but they try to keep teams to save on travel.
I was going to ask, is that what it is?
So yeah, the fact that Nebraska, as soon as that first side of the bracket came in, and I saw that Oklahoma State and College Station were still on the roster, I knew Nebraska was going to one of those two, and it was likely.
Yeah, in a way, it certainly makes the bracketology component of college baseball a whole lot easier than college basketball.
Exactly.
Interesting.
So, future of Big Ten baseball, adding the Pac-4. We can get into that, and then Eric Sorenson is going to join us. We'll get his thoughts on the selection process because some things took place that some might think are shenanigan-y.
Interesting.
At 1620 The Zone.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
Did you know that when you play games from the Nebraska Lottery, you're also supporting and even... That's right. Since 1993, the Nebraska Lottery has raised more than $900 million for Nebraska's environment, educational opportunities, and state fair. So to everyone who plays, we say, the Nebraska Lottery, 30 years of building a better Nebraska.
Guys, let's have a conversation. Let's say you've been losing interest in your spouse. You got low libido. You can't focus on things. And you're wondering, what is going on? It may be low testosterone. Mentality is here for you. With their FDA-approved testosterone treatment, their board-certified physicians who work with most insurance companies, they can diagnose the symptoms of low testosterone and take care of it. Schedule an appointment today. Go to the website, lowtusa.com. Take back your life, man. Mentality, lowtusa.com.
It's Champions replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. While discounts apply to our regular prices, select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball, proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. Tune in to hear every pitch, every hit, and every out as the Chasers play at Warner Park and across the International League in 2024. With the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil.
The Storm Chasers are on the road and take on Indianapolis tonight. First pitch is scheduled for 5:35. You can hear all the action on your home for the Storm Chasers 1290 Coil. Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Hey, would you like to learn more about this great radio station and its personalities? And we promise you will not get anything from Patriot Supply Nick.
The storm is coming. What will you get, though, John?
You'll get great content, and exclusive offers, and
the truth.
Maybe the chance to get in on winning prizes before everyone else.
Are we going back to Vegas?
Not yet. Oh. But if you subscribe today at 1620thezone.com, just enter your email address, and that's all you have to do.
Remember when we went to Vegas and John wasn't there?
Wow, jeez.
I was in Detroit.
Nick, you know what I was thinking about with Vegas this morning? I was thinking about the meal that we had at that Asian fusion restaurant.
I think about that place frequently. That place was so good.
It was hilarious, John, because we had rice for dinner, which was
We
classic
did.
Nick.
Amazing.
But it was like a barbecue sort of something with rice.
It was like East Asian barbecue fusion.
It was, John, it was good.
It was excellent.
I see.
Subscribe today at 1620thezone.com.
Nebraska may have been the last champion of the Big Ten as we know it. In baseball.
What?
Well, I don't know if
Are they canceling the sport?
I don't know if you've heard this, but they're adding 4 schools from the West Coast.
Yeah. What does that have to do with it being the last Big Ten champion baseball?
Well, it's the last of its kind because next year the Big Ten will have 17 baseball schools.
Yeah, tough look for Wisconsin.
Yeah, because Wisconsin still doesn't have baseball.
They should bring it back.
Maybe having 17 schools will give the Big Ten a chance to make it to the College World Series.
Wow, Nick! Since I have been working at this station, 2 teams have made it from the conference. So there you go. 2 whole teams.
Yeah.
Indiana and Michigan.
It's very impressive.
Mm-hmm.
2 hot coffees.
Teams. Yeah, indeed.
2
hot
teams.
Big Ten.
Can't go a week without
here we go.
A graphic from my favorite Twitter account, TJ Altimore.
Hey, TJ, John's kissing your butt again.
But these are baseball's biggest budgets. So
I like
these
the
are the
alliteration.
programs that spend the most on the sport of baseball.
Triple B, baby.
Texas Tech leads the way, baby.
Can you explain that to me? Is it because
guessing they may
of
have
travel?
had
A little extra travel? It's a mighty big budget you got there, Texas Tech. It's probably they're in the sticks, right?
No, it's not that bad.
They're in West Texas, are they not?
It's not that bad.
Like
If
Permian.
that were the case, Baylor would be up there
the Permian
too.
Panthers. Friday Night Lights.
But
Which was better.
Was it?
I have highlighted in yellow box,
It was all
the Big
yellow.
Ten schools, and this is also counting the Pac-4, as we're calling them. Interesting that of the Pac-4 schools, they would make up 4 of the top 5 baseball budgets.
Interesting.
Only Iowa sneaks in right behind Oregon.
Go Hawks.
No.
So yeah, Oregon's 1, Iowa's 2. And now this is in the Big Ten, which is still about 20-ish spots away. I know it's
Good
hard
for
to
the
read 'cause
computer?
it's kind of
It's fine.
sideways.
Yeah, I just turned my computer sideways. I'm
The
normal.
interesting thing, though, is of all of the Big Ten schools, and this is counting the Pac-4, Nebraska's like middle of the pack.
What the hell? I always was told Nebraska cared about baseball more than their contemporaries.
Well, if you notice, because I put a little
look at their
arrow next to it,
contemporaries.
Nebraska, in terms of attendance, easily leads the Big Ten. I mean, it's not even second place is not even close.
Yeah.
because Nebraska averages about 5,000 fans per game. I think the next nearest school is Oregon at a smidge over 2.
And they have a newish ballpark as well.
Well, it's a program that literally got brought back from extinction a few years ago.
Yeah, and they've had a lot of success.
Because they didn't play a few years ago. But yeah, it is rather interesting to see where that ends up. What will be fascinating to me, because I think we can all acknowledge, we're all big boys and girls, we can all acknowledge that moving to the Big Ten brought Nebraska baseball down a notch.
Yes.
They were a College World Series contender prior to leaving for the conference.
Though, to be fair, they had not been as good for...
No, but they had hosted a regional, just 3 years prior to entering the league.
2008. Yes.
So they were still considered a College World Series contender. And
yeah, it's like, how much did the Big Ten cause the problems versus how much did the Big Ten exasperate the problems that were already there? Because some would look back and say, Mike Anderson, the program was on a downturn, and so joining the league just kind of fed into that.
It surely did.
And then they had a new coach early on, right?
Yeah. But, it doesn't help that you didn't have as much of the Texas influence that you could recruit to and some of the other
And so does this lead to you asking the question of, can these schools...
Well, yeah. Does a
USC,
a UCLA, a Washington, and an Oregon, who have all had varying degrees of success in baseball in recent years, will they bring the level of the conference up, or will they suffer a similar fate to Nebraska where maybe it brings them down a little bit? Because of those 4 schools, only one made this year's tournament. Only Oregon.
Yeah.
UCLA did not make it. USC did not make it. Washington did not make it. You just have the one.
UCLA, they have, like when I was growing up, they made 3 College World Series in 4 seasons, 10, 12, and 13.
Yeah, and they won one of them.
Yeah, and they haven't made the NCAA tournament now in a couple of years. They haven't made a super since 2019, since the team we were talking about a few minutes ago. Interesting. And obviously USC is a program that their best days are long behind.
Oh, yeah.
Long behind them.
Yeah, they used to
Have they been back since Mark Pryor was their pitcher? Is that the last time they were in the College World Series?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
And that was Nebraska's first year, right? That was back in 2001. Whew, that's a long time ago, man.
Yeah.
So it's like, you have 2 really historical powers. You have an Oregon team that is, new money and literally resurrected their program.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot speak to Washington's baseball history, so I won't even try. But yeah, it's a really interesting question. Not to mention then the obvious thing of like, what will this look like in terms of scheduling? And having these games, where these teams are flying across the country. I know that, in football, we just kind of hand wave it away. What's it going to look like in baseball? Obviously, what's it going to look like in all the other sports?
Honestly, now I know 17, it's an odd number, but if there ever was a time where divisions would make more sense, it would be this, at least in terms of scheduling.
Definitely.
Because you could put,
what do you do?
Let's say you take the 7. Well, what's the division? It'd be 8 and 9. So you take the 8 most Western teams.
So probably Nebraska, Iowa.
So you'd have the 4-pack teams: Nebraska, Iowa,
Minnesota, Northwestern Illinois.
It's
one of those two. And then everybody else.
And then everybody else plays in the
So what do
East
you do?
Division.
You play 7 teams 3 times. So that gets you to 21 conference games.
Right.
And then however many versus the other side.
And then, yeah.
Not a bad idea. That'll be pretty interesting.
And then you can format the tournament a little bit differently. Where maybe you take the top 4 in each division.
Yeah.
And they advance to Omaha for the conference tournament.
Yeah.
Now, my guess is they won't do it that way. My guess is they'll try to do it like the SEC is, and they'll take 12 teams, and you'll do single elimination on the first day, and then it moves to double elimination after that.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be my guess.
What do you think is going to happen with the West Coast schools? To answer your question.
I mean, there's a part of me that thinks that partially because UCLA has been already on the decline. SC is trying to get back into the game. They're building a new ballpark. They're trying to get back to some semblance.
Yeah.
Oregon will be the real interesting test case because this has been a good program. But with the death of the Pac-12, it does make you wonder how solid they're going to be. A lot of this depends on if the Big Ten really wants to put money into this.
And,
if they really want to try.
Not to go back to the topic that we talk about seemingly every day now, but what does the settlement and the impact that has on baseball in terms of scholarships?
Because there's a good chance that the sport will be fully funded.
Sure.
In other words, you'll have 30 plus scholarships for baseball. Well, how many of those schools, and will it be a conference-wide decision that is going to say, hey, we're going to do this? Because in the SEC, they're going to say, we're fully funding these sports.
Yeah,
period. That's happening.
Going all the
ACC,
way.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Will the Big Ten do it that way, or will they say, well, it's optional? Or will they pass on it?
Yeah.
I don't know. It all depends on how this settlement works out. But the real decision comes from the conference. If the rest of the conference wants to make it actually work and they put a little more muscle behind the hustle, then the addition of these 4 teams comes at a great time. But if the Big Ten continues to kind of aw shucks, kick at the dirt, woe is us, we're a Northern League, we don't really care as much.
Can we push the season back?
Type stuff. They're going to do that, then my gut tells me it's going to bring some of those West Coast teams down to the Big Ten's level.
Here's something wild. So I mentioned USC. Sure enough, 01's the last time they went to the College World Series. They had gone in back-to-back years, including 1998 when they won it all.
Mm-hmm.
And they have only made the NCAA tournament 5 times this entire century.
USC.
2000, 01, 02, 05, 15, and that's it. Oregon, meanwhile, they brought baseball back in 2009, and since then they have made the tournament 10 times, including in their second year. They've won 2 regionals. They've not made it to the College World Series, which they did back in 1954. So when they make it back, it'll be the first time since the 50s. And they cut the sport, or it turned into a club sport in the early 80s. So think about that. They came back, and they have had way more success in a short amount of time
than USC.
Than USC. And you go to USC, tournament champs, 48, 58, 61, 63, 68, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 78, and 1998. That's 12 times.
Yeah,
12
they were
times.
they're still the winningest national championship program in CWS history.
And they've only made it 5 times to the tournament since the calendar flipped
in a lot
to
of ways,
2000.
they're kind of like Army.
Sure, yeah.
You know how Army was dominant before World War II.
A lot of success in the old days.
And then after that, just
yeah. I mean, they maybe one of the great exhibits of awesome coach, and have struggled to replicate that in a world after said awesome coach.
Yeah. Interesting that Army got worse after World War II.
They got a lot
That's
worse.
Kind of when the Army was at their peak.
Because do you know why, Nick?
Is it because of all the people that got shipped over?
Well, so if you went to Army, you didn't have to fight right away. So that's one of the ways they were able to recruit. You wouldn't get drafted, right? And so they built up some kick-ass teams, like Army, Navy, massive. Army played Notre Dame in the 40s.
Notre Dame.
Oh, they played at Yankee Stadium. Classic games.
And that's why the old's like the Army-Navy game, because it used to be good.
It used to be good.
It's
great
still
point, Nick.
good. It's still very good and
Pirate
very
Bay.
entertaining and great in every way.
So John says we should bring back the draft.
Interesting, John.
Bryce Harper is an angry man today.
Oh.
We're watching the Giants Phillies game. They were showing a highlight earlier before this at bat where Bryce Harper just absolutely crushed a bat in his dugout. Just was swinging it at the wall and breaking it.
Ouch.
And now
hurt your hands.
And now some kind of a kerfuffle has happened. It's just a lot of standing around and jawing, but no one's doing any pushing and or shoving. Oh, there's old Schwarbs. Schwarbs is involved.
Interesting. We won't have time for this question, by the way, but one of our listeners asks, kind of off topic, but how do you see Oregon State's baseball program recovering from this?
See, that's a great question, because Oregon State has been a great program.
National championship
and they got
program.
nothing. They got no conference.
Yeah.
I think I think they're doing cooperative with the Mountain West like they are with football. But yeah, that will be fascinating to watch Oregon and Oregon State, how these next few years are going to treat them in baseball will be rather interesting, because both programs are really good, but they're both moving into very, very, very different and uncharted situations.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, Eric Sorenson, he is a man of the West Coast. He could probably speak to this.
Yes, he could.
And we'll talk to him about the rest of the regionals and what's coming up over the next 3 to 3.5 to 4 weeks.
Bah, 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 bah.
1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center. Looks like if you're west on I-80, delays start at about 42nd going to 72nd. Also delays on westbound I-80 from 680 to about L Street. If you're east on I-80, delays from 84th to 60th. We've got slow movement on Industrial Road for both directions at 144th. If you're east on Dodge, delays go from 168th to 132nd. If you're west on Dodge, delays from 108th to about 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
I have never seen this before. Hi, John with Saul's Jewelry and Loan. The price of gold is the highest it's ever been. Now is the time to get the best price on your broken jewelry, chains, and diamond jewelry. Saul's has been around a while, and trust us, now's the time. Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
A Nebraska craft beers and ciders important to you? Whether you just love Nebraska brewed beers and ciders or you're a full-fledged craft brewery, there are benefits to membership for anyone with the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Their sole mission is to foster and help grow the Nebraska-centric brewing community. Become a member today at nebraska.beer and help advance the craft beer and cider industry in the state of Nebraska. Find out more about the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild at nebraska.beer.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber, from the company with the fastest download speeds 9 years in a row. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence in Las Vegas, Omaha, Phoenix. Fixed median download speeds Q2 2016 to Q1 2024.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball, proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. Tune in to hear every pitch, every hit, and every out as the Chasers play at Warner Park and across the International League in 2024. With the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil.
The Storm Chasers are on the road and take on Indianapolis tonight. First pitch is scheduled for 5:35. You can hear all the action on your home for the Storm Chasers, 1290 Coil.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Nick is efforting to get Eric Sorenson from D1 Baseball to join us here in just a few moments.
By the way, Riley points out, make Army, Navy great again. Patriot Grim.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
Okay.
He's
Good.
excited about Army, Navy.
That sounds great.
Aren't we all? Adam texts into the show, 402-951-1620. USC will benefit from the settlement, or if the settlement allows fully funding of baseball with 30 scholarships. Private schools have gotten killed in the last 10 to 15 years of baseball. Scholarship limitations in baseball, coupled with massive hikes in tuition, have killed the USCs of the world. Kids can't afford to go there on partial scholarship compared to peer public universities with significant lower tuition.
Yeah, it could help. That is, again, if they decide to go all in.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't, then it's kind of back to square one. So
that's the question. Will they go all in?
And will that be a conference-wide decision? Will it be kind of optional? What are they going to do?
Yeah.
So who knows? But it'll be fascinating to watch, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it is. Eric Sorenson of D1 Baseball to join us in mere seconds as Nick is locking him in right now as we get ready for the road to Omaha, which commences starting Friday.
Nice.
Josh will be, well, we'll definitely have it on here in studio.
On that TV over there.
The squeeze play.
Oh, can't wait.
Josh's favorite.
Squeeze.
Again, I like it. I think it's a great service.
It is a fantastic
Just don't need to
service.
tweet about it every 5 seconds.
Well, I don't tweet about it every 5
Oh,
seconds.
man, red zone. It's still red zone.
Eric Sorenson of D1 Baseball joins us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Eric, where are you communicating with us from today?
I'm talking to you. Sound like two old ladies fighting. I'm
right.
talking to you from my house in Los Angeles.
Nice. Are you going to the you going to Santa Barbara?
Yeah, I'm making the beautiful. I'm leaving the Learjet on the tarmac this weekend, and I'm making the beautiful drive up Pacific Coast Highway to Santa Barbara, the richest area of the country, and going to see the Gauchos host that regional at their little rinky-dink stadium. Look forward to it.
Hey, Eric, before we get to the tournament, we were discussing the future of the Big Ten Conference with the 4 West Coast schools joining, and one of our listeners wanted our take, and we'd rather ask you because you're smarter than us, about Oregon State and their baseball program. Like, what is next for Oregon State baseball as we move into this weird new era starting next season?
Yeah, that's going to suck, I know, but yeah, no, Oregon State, both them and Washington State playing. Apparently, this is what I've been told so far. They're for baseball wise, they look like they're going to be independent for next year. Although there's rumblings that they will join in with either like the Mountain West, possibly for baseball as just independent members of that for just that sport. But that's the scuttlebutt I'm getting, is that they're going as independents. They've gotten most of their schedules made up for next year, although they've both been a little cagey about telling me the full details of how they're doing it. So that's what we're expecting, though, for those baseball programs.
This was a rather interesting selection show. There were a lot of borderline decisions, as there always are when it comes to selecting a field of 64 schools. But it sure seemed rather coincidental, convenient that everybody who had representation on the board kind of got a decision to go their way. For example, the AD of Coastal Carolina, the committee chair, Matt Hogue. Coastal Carolina was a bubble team. They got in. East Carolina, their team gets to host. Indiana, their AD's on the committee. They got in. Florida, same thing. Florida State gets the last top 8 national seed. There's a lot of hand-wringing about this. Where do you come down on some of these borderline decisions that were made?
Yeah, I think it sucks. The thing is, it's always been that way, though. They've always had a lot of politics, I guess, if you want to call it that, going on with members of the selection committee, and they always go to they always go on the selection show and say, well, when one of our members is having their team discussed, he's recused from the room and he's not supposed to be part of the conversation. I'm calling BS on that. But yeah, that's how it's kind of always been. And when I first saw the Indiana, I think was the first borderline team that got in, that raised a little bit of an eyebrow. And then, Florida, I was surprised they got in. I thought they were going to make an example of them for being 13-17 in conference play and losing out the first game of the SEC tournament. They've just been an average team all year long, even though they got talent. But yeah, it's a drag. I mean, those kind of politics do happen. And I loved Kirk Sarlos, the TCU head coach. I love his response. He said, we put ourselves in that position to be on the bubble, but I guess next year we just need to make sure we have somebody from our athletic department on the committee so that we get good treatment. It's true. He speaks the total truth. So yeah, there's a lot of that glad handing and politics stuff going on when it comes to the selections, and I can't stand it. It really grinds my gears.
Eric Sorenson joining us from D1 Baseball. Was there one particular decision, an omission or a misseeding or a non-host that really upset you the most?
Yeah, mine was a little bit off the radar there was a team other than TCU. The team that I thought kind of got the shaft more than anything was Northeastern, a team in the CAA. UNC Wilmington got the bid from that conference by winning the tournament. And Charleston was the regular season champion. I really thought they had a beef for it too. But Northeastern was ranked 35th in RPI. And keep this in mind, they're a snow belt team up in the northeast part of the country, obviously by their name. And they had a 35 RPI, and their non-conference strength of schedule was around 60. For a team from that part of the country who plays a lot of crappy teams they can't help, but play in the midweek. For them to have that good of an RPI, I'm not really sure what else Northeastern would need to do to get into the NCAA tournament, because they're really up against it when they're trying to impress enough to make the tourney as an at-large team. So that was one that I thought, and then it turns out they weren't even one of the first 4 out. So I really felt bad for Mike Glavin after I saw that, because I think he really, they scheduled Arizona to open the season. They scheduled Georgia Tech and Kansas State. That was one that kind of got to me, I thought.
Eric, I know a couple teams that people thought should have or could have been hosting, or Duke and Mississippi State. I wonder what you thought of those two teams, and if you thought one of those should have been a host more than the other.
Yeah, not really. Duke kind of played their way in at the very end to get into range number 16 at the RPI. I thought that could have been one. Mississippi State, those people just like to complain. I think that's all there is to it, because their RPI was 25. It was down a ways. They weren't a killer team. They're a good team. They're not a killer team this year, though. They're not. I didn't think, and of course, the reason they want to host is because they play their best at home, and also, there's 10, 12,000 fans that go there, so they think that they should host just because of that. But I think it's kind of cool, because the NCAA selection committee did kind of say a few years ago, it doesn't come down to who's offering the most payout, or who's promising the most money that gets to host anymore. It's the teams that are most deserving, and I think it's perfect. That kind of shows why Mississippi State didn't get one, and UC Santa Barbara, who has a small stadium, they got to be at home this week. So I think it's kind of cool that they went that direction. But yeah, those two teams, good teams, but yeah, I don't think Mississippi State had much of an argument, to be honest with you. And Duke kind of did, but I think they kind of were a Johnny-come-lately into the top 16 of the RPI.
Eric Sorenson, Stitchhead, joining us here from D1Baseball.com. Obviously, the regional that everyone around here is mostly watching is the Stillwater Regional. Oklahoma State has hosted this thing the last 2 years. The home runs flying out of the ballpark. Over 60 home runs have been hit in the last 2 regionals down there at O'Brate Stadium. Nebraska, Florida, Niagara, they're going to try to extend this misery. Does this finally the year the Cowboys get it done? How do you look at this one?
This is – well, I might be a little biased because I saw Oklahoma State this past weekend at the Big 12 tournament.
Yeah.
And you're right. They look kind of like the Oklahoma State team of old, is kind of what you were just saying with Nolan Schubert, the big stick. They got 4 or 5 guys that hit double-digit home runs this year. Yeah, they look like the good old Oklahoma State teams. But I'll tell you this much, guys. I really didn't mind Nebraska's draw in this NCAA tournament, because the first team they're going to face is that Florida team that's kind of a 3-legged dog, if you ask me right now. And I like Nebraska's chances, especially with Brett Sears on the mound against them. And Oklahoma State is a good team. They're not unbeatable. I mean, this is a team that's shown in the past that as you just alluded to, John, that they've lost at home in the regionals a number of times over the years. So I don't think I think they've got a puncher's chance at this. And I really like this Cornhusker team because they've stayed in the top third of the RPI the entire season, which is hard for them to do, kind of like, getting back to those northern team type of things. And also, guys, I thought it was really cool that they brought up Tommy Frazier and Nebraska-Florida national championship game during the selection show.
Of course they did.
I was just eating that up, just thinking about how many tackles Tommy Frazier broke on that touchdown run. So, yeah, that was kind of cool, too.
Eric, John, he brought up something a little bit earlier where on average a 3 or a 4 seed in a regional has made it to the College World Series every year since they moved over to the Chuck. Is there a 3 or a 4 that you could see continuing that trend?
Oh, man, it's always tough to pick a 4. I mean, Oral Roberts doing it last year was really great. But I will say this, 2 teams that I kind of lean toward as far as those go. One is Oregon. They were a number 3 seed team I saw a couple times this year. Really good. I'm surprised that they were just a 3 there. The RPI wasn't good for them, which it's usually not for West Coast teams, but I think they're way better than their seeding, and I could see them making a run. And they were the team that lost to Oral Roberts last year at home in the Super Regionals, so they're going to try and make amends for that. And the team that I think that could be the toughest number 4 is Grand Canyon. I think people kind of maybe they put them off just because of their name. They just remind everybody of a big hole in the ground. But Grand Canyon's a good team they've been in the regionals about a number of years in a row now. So they're experienced at this, and they're set up in the Tucson Regional against Arizona, a team they're very familiar with. So I wouldn't be shocked to see Grand Canyon make it out of there or be the number 4. I think they're the strongest number 4 this year.
Eric Sorenson, D1 Baseball, joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. We got a lot of LSU backers in this area. LSU gets sent to North Carolina, who, has been among those contenders for a top 8 national seed all season long. But LSU has been on a run here as of late. They're starting to look like they're rounding into form at just the right time. Did Carolina get a really bad draw here?
I'm not totally certain on that because, be careful with LSU. This was a team that, oh my God, they played just mediocre, but they underachieved all year long. How they lost a game even though it was a midweek, how they lost a freaking game to Southern, which was ranked number 290 in the RPI. I have no idea how that happens. And you got to remember also LSU really didn't impress much during the year. And it took to get to the SEC tournament. Look at their first 2 games were against Georgia and Kentucky, 2 teams that didn't really care. They were both going to be top 8 national seeds. They're just glad they got to go home and rest their arms a little bit more. So I think North Carolina, that's a little bit of a sucker's bet on LSU. I really think North Carolina, I saw North Carolina just 3 weeks ago. They're really a good team, and they've got a lot of punch in their batting order too, and a much better pitching core this time around. I think they're a team to really watch for. Now, would I say I don't see LSU winning that at all? No, I wouldn't say that because, one thing they did gain was a little bit of confidence from beating those teams like a drum this past week. So I wouldn't say they're out of it, but I would say just be careful of them being a little overblown just because of who they played in the SEC tournament and if it mattered to the teams they played against, which it mostly didn't. So, North Carolina does have their hands full, but I don't think it's as tough as especially if LSU reverts back to the way they've been playing most of the season.
Hey, Eric, where are you at with the conversation regarding expansion of the tournament? That was a big thing that people were talking about on Monday.
Yeah, I saw that, and I wouldn't be totally against it. I know Mike Rooney, my colleague at D1 Baseball, he likes the idea of having three games or best 2 out of 3 for all through the tournament, which is kind of a good idea because that's what you play during the week, on the weekends during the regular season. So I wouldn't be totally against doing that either, and expanding it. Yeah, let's just not make it the NHL playoffs where more than half the teams get in or something. I wouldn't mind it expanding just a little bit though, to go from like 64 up to 72 or to 76 or something. I just don't want to water it down too much by having too many teams extra in it. So I'm all right with that.
So what about where you're going to be? You're going to be in Santa Barbara this weekend. How do you handicap that one?
Well, first off, I'm going to drink a lot of local wine. That's going to go because it's in wine country. But I do say this, guys. The UC Santa Barbara is they're probably another sleeper people probably aren't giving a lot of credence to, but this is a pitching staff. Their rotation is possibly the best rotation in the country that most people hadn't heard about. They just didn't pitch real well early in the season, but man, they've been on a run lately. They've won their last 21 straight Big West games down the stretch, and their pitching's coming into they've kind of adjusted the roles a little. So I give them a good shot, like a 7 out of 10 coming out of that one. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them give Texas A&M a lot of trouble next weekend if that's what ends up happening in the matchups, just because they're pitching. You don't have to ask fans or people around the country or message boards. Just ask the scouts how good their pitching staff is, because all 3 of their starters and their ace reliever pitched for Team USA last summer. They're all top quality guys that are going to be pitching in the pros in a few years. So, yeah, this is a team that's really dangerous.
Well, Eric, remember, it is One Beer Friday, but we do allow other picks of other beverages as well. So, so if you're enjoying a little vino there at down the third base line, feel free.
We're not going to mind.
No, we're not going to mind. We will not judge.
I Expect it, guys. You'll be seeing that on Twitter from me here in the next 2 days.
I look forward to it. I look forward to all the great coverage and look forward to seeing you when you come back home in a couple of weeks.
Yes. Thanks for sharing the airwaves, guys. I look forward to it too.
All right.
Thank you,
Eric
Eric.
Sorenson. You can follow him, Stitchhead, on Twitter from D1 Baseball, the premier website for college baseball, d1baseball.com. Nick, I have been trying to search for it. I couldn't find it. Do you have Josh's TV time sounder? Where's that thing?
You want it now?
Yes. I want the sounder. I don't want to hear it from you. I want to hear it from not you. According to FBSschedules.com.
Tell me more.
Florida State at Notre Dame on Saturday, November 9th will be at 6:30 on NBC and Peacock. So there won't be Big Ten football at night.
Wait, on what day?
November 9th.
Oh, I thought you said September. I
said November 9th.
Yeah, okay.
Saturday, November 9th.
Okay.
It's going to be on Peacock.
Florida State, Notre Dame on the Peacock.
Wait, just Peacock?
And NBC.
Oh, okay.
I don't like woke streaming.
So how that affects the Big Ten TV schedule that day, I do not know.
Well, I can tell you real fast, John. Nebraska does not play that day. That's the first thing that I can tell you. It is November 9th. By the way, it's my dad's birthday. Happy birthday to my dad. Why in the world this is so stupid. The ESPN schedule, if you go there, because that's still what I do, I'll go to various weeks, and it doesn't have this year. It still has last year. All right, real quick. What is this? Week 12? Week 11. So yeah, this doesn't organize it by conference for me. Let's see. Some Big Ten games that we have that night that will not be on Big Ten Saturday night. Maryland at Oregon.
Oh, darn.
Michigan at Indiana.
Oh, darn.
Minnesota at Rutgers.
Shoot.
Purdue at Ohio State.
Damn it.
And Washington at Penn State. I think we just got our answer as to why there is not a Big Ten Saturday night game.
Because it's kind of stanky.
Yeah. And don't forget, tomorrow
is Thursday.
And we're getting TV times. It's going to be a great day for America tomorrow.
Are you sure about that?
Probably. Is it going to be a great day for America?
Is that great for America?
I would say so.
Why?
Looking ahead to football season.
No one plans that far ahead. No one who is sane.
I've been thinking about my meal that I'll have on September 5th.
There's a lot of things that can make America great.
Nice. See, exactly. Like kickoff times, John.
Well, coming up next, just a couple of short years ago, they were rivals. Now, Scott Frost, Lincoln Riley, shaking hands.
Enemies to lovers.
We'll explain why when Unsportsmanlike Conduct rolls on this Dumb Debates Wednesday, 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. People forget that the NHL Conference Finals are happening right now. The Stars lead the Oilers 2-1 in the series, and you can play along with all the action with the Circus Sports Iowa app. Either take a team on the money line, Oilers are at plus 192, by the way, or do it live with the in-game wagering. The world is your oyster anywhere in the state of Iowa. Not only do they have tight money line splits, giving you some better lines than the other guys, they also won't limit your account for winning consistently, and they won't keep as much money on the large market bets like things like the PGA majors. And right now, if you check out circusports.com, they've got contests happening with $16 million in guaranteed prizes, no rake, 2 ways to win with Circa Million 6 and Circus Sports Survivor. You can check that out right now and check out the Circus Sports Iowa app on your app store. You've tried the rest. Now finish it off with the best. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
You get a lot of junk in your inbox. This one, not junk at all. 1620 The Email. Exclusive content, contests, other stuff probably. Subscribe today at 1620thezone.com. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Sunny and spectacular this evening with the temperatures in the upper 70s. Mostly clear tonight. We'll drop back in the upper 50s for low. Partly to mostly cloudy on Thursday. Showers and thunderstorms developing in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center. Looks like if you're west on I-80, delays start at about 42nd going to 72nd. Also delays on westbound I-80 from 680 to about L Street. If you're east on I-80, delays from 84th to 60th. We've got slow movement on Industrial Road for both directions at 144th. If you're east on Dodge, delays go from 168th to 132nd. If you're west on Dodge, delays from 108th to about 120th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Romeo's Mexican Food and Pizza.
Enjoy Romeo's Grande Pizza and Taco Combo. 1 large 2-topping pizza, 4 soft-shell tacos, chips, and queso dip for only $29.99. Only at Romeo's. Carry out only.
Romeo's Mexican Food and Pizza. Not your typical restaurant.
A Nebraska craft beers and ciders important to you? Whether you just love Nebraska brewed beers and ciders or you're a full-fledged craft brewery, there are benefits to membership for anyone with the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Their sole mission is to foster and help grow the Nebraska-centric brewing community. Become a member today at nebraska.beer and help advance the craft beer and cider industry in the state of Nebraska. Find out more about the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild at nebraska.beer.
No better time than now to focus on your garden or landscape. Come shop Lanahaw's Garden Center, filled with the area's best quality plants, flowers, and trees. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Hop into the driver's seat of a new Ford truck or SUV now at Baxter Ford. Choose from hundreds of new Ford F-150s, F-150 Lightnings, F-250s, and F-350s. Baxter Ford has over 250 new SUV models available, including Bronco, Bronco Sport, Escape, Edge, Explorer, Expedition, and more. Plus, all our vehicles come with fair, transparent pricing and no dealer fees. So you only pay for the vehicle, not the paperwork. Get started at BaxterFord.com.
Email us on the Equitable inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley@1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
You have to actually inspect every little smidge of meat.
Of 1620, The Zone.
Huge news, John, that just came down.
So huge, you didn't even call for a sports flash. So I find this highly dubious.
John, maybe it's another sinkhole. Do we need a whole flash?
We could do a whole flash. But no, from your boy, Woj. Woj Bomb, John.
Oh!
Woj Bomb, John.
Is Mo Iba coming back to coach Nebraska?
The Wizards are hiring Brian Keefe as coach.
Are you going to be safe when the Woj bomb drops?
Brian Keefe?
Brian Keefe.
Not familiar with his work.
He was the interim coach, and now he is head coach.
Cool.
They really couldn't find someone, huh?
Apparently not. Yeah, seriously, Nick. The season's been over for like a month and a half for the Wizards.
The one of the highlighted games in this year's non-conference schedule is the LSU Tigers and the USC Trojans.
Yes.
You think about it, those are is the Winsipedia site still a thing?
Yes, if you search LSU Tigers
There
USC
it is.
Trojans history, yeah, you'll be able to figure it out.
Yeah. So LSU facing
Wow.
off.
Do you know how many times they played? Oh, you already have it.
Well, I'm looking it up.
Okay,
right now.
guess before you get there. How many times do you think they played?
5.
3.
2.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So
Last
this
time was
would
84.
only be the third time.
Yeah. They played in 79, 84, and now 40 years later.
So those are like, it's kind of like, well, before joining the Big Ten, Nebraska and Ohio State, they never intersected.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
You just never saw it.
Yeah.
And this was going to happen, or it is going to happen, but it almost didn't happen.
What?
According to a report.
Is it Brett McMurphy again?
No. It's Saturday down south. SEC blog, Matt Hayes. Sources told Saturday Down South that USC has been trying for nearly 2 years to find a way out of its contract to play LSU in Las Vegas.
What?
Because, according to their sources, Lincoln Riley didn't want the game. As late as last fall, after Jen Cohen was hired away from Washington to be USC's new athletic director, USC administration was still trying to get out of the game, including offering other opponents to LSU.
That's amazing. We will give you this team. They'll play you, we promise.
At one point, Fox Sports got involved and tried to further the process. The network wasn't enamored with the idea of USC's first game as a Big Ten member broadcast by ABC.
That is so.
This is what we have to now look for. We have the ultimate in tribalism.
Yeah.
Fox is all in on Big Ten. ABC, ESPN is all in on the SEC, and the haggling that's going to go on and the manipulation that's going to go on between these networks is something that is going to have a lot of influence. I think it has had a lot of influence on how these conferences have been realigned. These moves are not being made without getting the blessing from the almighty TV gods.
Sure.
And the fact that Fox Sports was involved because they wanted USC's first Big Ten. First of all,
it's not even a conference game.
It's not a conference game.
So does this mean now when they schedule non-conference series moving forward, like if it's home and home, there will be like agreements and they'll lock in that one game will be on Fox and one will be on ESPN or ABC.
Well, it will.
Or they can't just do one because this is a one and done. This is a neutral site game.
Right.
And so that's why it's like if they were doing a home and home, I don't think Fox would care because the next year would be on Fox. Like, for example, this year, Michigan is hosting Texas. That game is on Fox, even though one school is an SEC school because it's the home team who gets the TV.
So, and I promise this isn't a bit for the character.
Okay.
Do you think that these media corporations are kind of too powerful at this point?
Of course. Absolutely.
When it comes to all of
Is
this
there
stuff,
any way back from this, or is it
no
just this?
No, because college sports, as most sports have sold themselves to the highest dollar. If TV says jump, these leagues and conferences will say how high.
Yeah.
That's how it works because they're now getting more money from television than they're getting from ticket sales.
Yeah. And these series, or one and dones are very valuable, like millions of dollars. And yet, this one is interesting. Like, yeah, the Fox component I think is fascinating. But the other thing that's fascinating, of course, is the USC trying to cancel this game, probably because they think it's too hard. And we remember that around here.
Yes, we do. According to Saturday Down South, Matt Hayes, just how committed was Riley to get out of the game? High-profile sports agent Trace Armstrong represents Riley and LSU coach Brian Kelly, and a source told SDS that Riley asked Armstrong for help in changing Kelly's mind. Wow. So Riley was using their common agent as a go-between to say, hey, can you change his mind?
Unreal, man.
And LSU said, no, we're playing this game.
Unreal.
We're not letting you out of this deal. By the way, these teams are each going to earn $5 million for playing this game.
Yeah, that's not nothing.
And for USC, that's more than they could get from a home crowd because
by far, yeah.
Now, that's the other thing. If this game were played in Los Angeles, how many people would be there rooting for SC and how many people would be there rooting for LSU?
If it was in
the Coliseum.
Oh, yeah, it'd be close to 50-50, certainly 60-40.
By the way, the Las Vegas Bowl is the one that's putting this on. That's why it's a neutral site game, and that's why they're each getting $5 million.
Yeah.
And honestly, that's how a lot of these bowl games are now, they're putting on these one-off deals, have been for a while. But
John emails in Equitable Bank inbox. He says, now tell me that Riley didn't take the USC job because he is scared to coach in SEC games. Remember, that was a common theory when they left, because he left the fall after we learned that they were going to go to the SEC. And that if you want to say that, that's totally fine. I think that he knows that his team is going to take a step back. And he is looking for, and we have a nice little picture, handshake meme come to form. There it literally is of Scott Frost and Lincoln Riley shaking hands.
Mm-hmm.
He needs wins. He needs wins early in the season, just like Scott Frost wanted wins early in the season in 2021. And that's why he was trying to get out of that game, and now it's why Lincoln Riley is trying to get out of that game.
And USC got dealt an interesting hand when it comes to their first ever Big Ten schedule, because in their third game, it's week 4 of the season because they're taking a idle week in the middle of September. They go to Michigan.
Yeah.
Then they host Wisconsin, go to Minnesota, host Penn State, travel to Maryland.
Ugh.
So
Dude, they have 11 Power 4 games on their schedule this year because they have Notre Dame, of course.
Yeah, and they have Rutgers, at Washington, Nebraska, at UCLA, Notre Dame.
Yeah, so they have 9 conference games. They have Notre Dame, that is 10. Then they have this game, that's 11, the LSU game.
Yeah, Utah State is the only non-power conference game that they're playing this year.
Mm-hmm.
But that's been typical.
It's what
of
they've
SC.
done for. It's what they've done for
That's
years.
been typical of SC, so that's not unusual. But that they've been working for 2 years to get out of this game.
Yikes!
Don't think that those Cajuns traveling to Las Vegas won't be letting the SC folks know about it.
I would troll
all week long.
I would troll very hard, very hard.
But there is no rougher look.
It's
There is no, and we speak from experience. There is no rougher look than a team, a power conference team, trying to get out of a game against another power conference, non-conference foe.
It's a bad look, John.
It is. It
It's
makes
a pathetic
you look weak.
And again, especially right now where he is. This is year 3 for Lincoln Riley at USC. And how last year went. Caleb Williams, the number 1 overall draft pick, and you only win 8 games in the regular season. Your defense is a tire fire. It's embarrassing. They were 1 game away from the playoff his first year. If they beat Utah in the Pac-12 championship game, they make the playoff. And to think of how his star has lost its shine in such a short amount of time, it is pretty incredible, because he was the wonderkind. He was the greatest offensive mind in the sport, the quarterback whisperer. And look, I still think he's a great quarterback coach, a great offensive mind. But is he someone now that we're going to look back and say, and that's what he is? He is not a head coach.
No.
He is an offensive coach.
What's the difference between, I mean, other than the super obvious of he tried and got caught, what's the difference between something like this and someone like Matt Rule, just an example, trying to schedule more cupcake games because of wanting wins?
I would say the difference is, and it's funny because Nebraska will be bowing out of some of those games as well. I think the closer you get, it makes it a tougher look. And look, we've also we're in the same boat. We don't like that Matt Rule is doing that either. Right?
No,
we don't like that anyone is doing that.
We don't need less games like this.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly,
we need more games.
I mean, it'd be nice to have more. We're not going to get more, but at the very least, we shouldn't be getting less.
Yeah.
And the fact that schools are bowing out of this stuff is just annoying to no end, because what it is it's SEC schools saying, well, we're the SEC. We're going to get the benefit of the doubt. We'll get into the playoff no matter what our non-conference is. And it's Big Ten schools saying the exact same thing. And it reeks. It's bad. It's antithetical to the spirit of competition.
Well, it's just bad
it's cowardice.
Fans. It's bad for fans.
I don't want to hear this. Oh, it's so smart. No, it's cowardice. It's cowardice. That's what it is. You're gaming the system. I've been consistent about this since day one about how the SEC has done it. I'm going to do it when schools like SC are doing it. It's cowardice.
Yeah.
And
the reason, though, why
have a little pride.
They're going to get made fun of more, just like Nebraska did for the Oklahoma game, is because of the timing. Like the Nebraska
fact
one,
that they've been doing this for 2
years. Yeah, Nebraska, that was reported in March of 21.
Yes, so Brett McMurphy, who saved the Nebraska-Oklahoma
for
game.
a game that was going to be played 6 months later. This is being reported now, so May, for a game that's going to be, this is the first weekend of the year. This is the Sunday game, right?
Yes.
LSU, USC, it's a Sunday night football game to kick off that weekend. Not good.
I wonder what other teams they were offering up.
I know that's a really fun question.
Because
how does that work?
Yeah, they were acting as they were trying. Well, hey, we've got San Diego State that will play you, and is USC trying to buy those teams favor to get? I mean, I have no idea how it's working, but
our dear friend disagrees with us, Michael Severe. He says schools are smart, no need to play those games. All people care about are getting into the college football playoffs. You guys are crazy.
Fine, we're crazy, but I want good football. I don't want to watch non-competitive football.
I just don't know why, wanting to see these games. I don't have to care about USC and putting themselves in the best spot to get into the playoff. I don't care about that.
Be a good football team.
I want to be entertained. That is their job. Their job is to entertain me.
Yeah.
Their job, I know they don't view it that way, right? Their job is to get in the playoff. And so, they are doing something, and I'm doing something as a viewer.
Right.
But that doesn't mean I have to watch when they play the bad
I'm not
teams.
asking everybody to go out and schedule 3 tough non-conference games.
I just want one
I would
good
just
one.
I would just like everyone to be committed to saying, hey, we're going to play at least one other power conference team in the non-conference.
And again, that's what's fun about USC, and I have given them their flowers many times over because most years they play 11. They play 9 conference games because they have Notre Dame. But shout out to them because a lot of other schools wouldn't do that. They would say, like Iowa. Iowa only plays Iowa State. They never add another team. They have in my lifetime. They used to play Pitt. Obviously, they played Nebraska. But in the 9-game Big Ten era, they usually just play Iowa State. I like that USC says, yeah, we're playing Notre Dame, and we're going to try to play LSU, Alabama.
Well,
they did a home and home with Texas.
If they didn't want to play LSU, then why'd you schedule it in the first place? Why did you agree to it in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
Could you see at some point the pendulum swinging the other way where people are so fed up with these boring games that a central committee just takes over and schedules it similar to the NFL?
No, I disagree. If they're moving towards a super league, then
absolutely.
Yeah,
if they move to a super league.
Yes,
but that's
for sure.
But that's the other thing. That's the other thing we haven't really talked about as much when it comes to this whole super league concept is they would have to cede power to a central, right? I mean, these conferences act like little fiefdoms, which is why I think the Super League will actually be 2 leagues. It'll be Big Ten and SEC.
Like the AL and the NL?
It'll be like the AL and the NL used to be in baseball. And those will be the 2
or
super
the NFL
leagues.
and the AFL. So there won't be like a merger.
They're
like,
well, they'll agree to play a playoff against each other.
You pit your best teams in the championship, and you figure that out.
Probably. I see it developing more that way because do you see Big Ten schools wanting to cooperate with the SEC?
Yes, mainly
and
because I
vice
don't think
versa?
they will be in the SEC or Big Ten anymore. They will just leave those conferences, and they will be the ones in charge.
I still think it's more likely because
it's better to come together to negotiate. We see that with the NFL.
Of course it is.
And I think they're going to be smart enough at some point.
But if you're down to 2 major leagues, then you're still able to negotiate.
But if you can, if you can negotiate together, I know that they're all a bunch of idiots, but I will always believe that eventually they are going to come. They're coming to their senses right now. They're expanding the playoff. It took 100 and whatever years, but they finally have done it. They're seeing, oh, wow, if we do this, the next step will be looking at the NFL and saying, wow, it is wild how they are able to come together and they make so much more for everybody because they negotiate as one. And I think that's the next step.
Yeah, I think
because then you can charge Fox and ESPN more money.
Right. But if you've already got networks in your back pocket, as they do now, because it is, we've turned into 2 little warring fiefdoms with a bunch of other little, conferences below them.
Mm-hmm.
Fox and Big Ten versus ESPN and the SEC. That's what we got right now.
It feels more like the teams are in the network's back pocket than vice versa.
Then the networks are in the team's back pockets?
Yeah.
Right.
Pocket boys.
The pocket boys.
Well, either way, nice try, Lincoln Riley.
Indeed. Nice try indeed.
Nice try, Lincoln Riley, but you're not getting out of it. LSU's not going to let the tiger has got you in its
look at this
in its jaws, and it won't let go.
You know what this means? John Bishop, Josh Peterson handshake meme. We're rooting for Brian Kelly. Let's go, Brian.
Gumbo.
Say that.
Go Tigers.
I didn't say that.
We love LSU, don't we, folks? Hopefully they wear their cool white helmets. I like the yellow ones too, though. LSU, great uniform.
John and Josh saying the South will rise.
Whoa, no, that's what Patriot Nick says.
Patriot Nick doesn't support the losers.
Ha! Look at that. Tough look for the Confederacy.
The dumb debates are still around the corner. And looking ahead to dumb debates.
Dude, we're getting them in hot and heavy. You asked.
We got some
our
some
listeners
food ones. We got
answered.
other ones. Yep.
I've even got one.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
That is dangerous.
Indeed it is.
Stand by for that and more on
stand up.
1620 The Zone.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
Nick, the NBA playoffs are underway, and our good friends at FanDuel, they're going to give all customers 2 chances to bring home a big win with a no-sweat same-game parlay every weekend of the playoffs. All you have to do is just place a same-game parlay on any playoff matchup, and you're going to get bonus bets back if you don't win.
That is absolutely 100% accurate. Bet on everything from rebounds to assists, three-pointers, whatever you can squeeze in there. So much more. Visit FanDuel.com. Use the promo code ZONE. Again, that's FanDuel.com/zone. And shoot your shot on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Iowa. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets. It expires 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
If there's one thing that you can count on every spring, it's that we're going to have to deal with some hail. J-Tech Construction is the company to call to make it right again. J-Tech Construction specializes in siding, roofing, windows, and gutters, even solar. They're trained for insurance claims assistance, and they can help with your insurance company. Turn to the team the Huskers turn to, J-Tech Construction. Use your favorite search engine to find J-Tech Construction online and schedule a free estimate today.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball, proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. Tune in to hear every pitch, every hit, and every out as the Chasers play at Warner Park and across the International League in 2024. With the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil.
The Storm Chasers are on the road and take on Indianapolis tonight. First pitch is scheduled for 5:35. You can hear all the action on your home for the Storm Chasers, 1290 Coil.
My taco pie is really something special, and it can't be imitated. It starts with my zesty taco sauce, seasoned beef, onions, lettuce, tomatoes, mounds of cheddar, and mozzarella cheese. This pie is the real deal. For a limited time, build your own feast with the specialty pizza, like my taco pie, a one-topping pizza, and cinnamon monkey bread. Do yourself a favor and order. Today, Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Well, the fallout is continuing from last week's decision to
Where will you be?
Agree to the unsettlement.
Unsettlement.
SEC meetings were taking place this past week. Greg Sankey gave a lot of non-answer answers.
Yes, he definitely did.
About what the future's going to look like.
By the way, real quick, to go back to the previous segment, it's obvious that someone on the LSU side of things wanted to leak the old USC trying to come out. Because
of course they did.
It comes out during the SEC meetings. Interesting.
Of course they did.
Interesting.
Of course they did.
Go Brian Kelly and LSU. We love
No,
to see
it's funny that, the one thing that to me still, and I'm no judge, but if I were the judge in this case, the one thing that would raise one of the bigger red flags for me in terms of whether or not to accept this unsettlement is, well, how did you come up with this number? How did you come up with this 22%, $20 million, et cetera, et cetera? Which player associations did you negotiate with on this? You guys just kind of pulled this number out of thin air.
Yeah,
but you weren't talking to anybody who was representing the interests of the athletes necessarily. Where did this come from? And that to me is one of the biggest things. I mean, whether it's a fair number or not, I can't say. But the fact that there really was no student athlete representation in negotiating this number, this percentage, is to me one of the most problematic things about this. Now, of course, for the athletes to be able to do that most logically and most commonly, it's a players' union.
Mm-hmm.
But in order to have a union, they've got to be employees. And that's, of course, oh, no. NCAA has ceded a lot of ground. Yeah, we gave up the panhandle. We gave up the plains. We gave up our mountains. We gave up our beaches. But we're not giving up this thing. We're not making these athletes employees. That's the last. No, we can't have that happen. And Greg Sankey mentioned that this week by saying, and this has been a common refrain, I don't have a lot of athletes coming up to me and saying, I want to be an employee. I want to be taxed.
They're already getting taxed.
They are getting taxed.
You want to talk about something that going back to whenever you and I have ever discussed players getting paid, all the way through the early machinations of NIL, that question, whenever we have gotten asked that, you want to talk about something that it's just like, is how that is where people's minds go as something that they care about, or they're using it as like, I always feel like it's a boogeyman. But what about the taxes? They'll pay them because that's what you do. And if you don't pay your taxes, you get in trouble with the government.
Exactly.
And it's not like these universities are going to allow all of these players who are now making upwards of 7 figures in some cases. They're not going to allow them to flounder without getting any sort of help. It's like
they've already been doing it with the NIL.
Exactly. It's not about taxes. It's about protections. It's about coming together and mutually or collectively bargaining with the organizations. It's about being employees. That's what this is. Right now, a lot of these guys are probably, they're 1099 guys, which is a whole lot more of a pain in the ass in paying taxes than when you were an employee of, in this case, a university. So it would actually be easier. And he knows that. He knows what he's doing.
But it is funny how it's just that this is what they always say. Well, no one really wants to be an employee. Well, have you really asked them? Do they really understand? And that's the other part of this too, is, this is all such new ground for a lot of people. And so a lot of folks are getting the education through the fire hose, just getting a lot of information thrown at them at once. And certainly there's going to be those who are going to get blown away by all that information because they don't have, whether it's educated parents or guardians who have their best interests at heart. Sadly, some of those same people have also been trying to exploit this system for their own personal gain.
Correct.
So there's a lot of that going on. But the concept of how did you arrive at this number? Why is this number so fair? Why isn't it a different number?
Mm-hmm.
And
why isn't it a bigger number? Why isn't it a smaller number?
Right. It's a really, really odd way of going about it. There was some Q&A in the most recent Stuart Mandel mailbag that led to some interesting quotes and interesting anecdotes, because as colleges try to wrap their arms around this, they're trying to figure out, well, where are we going to come up with this $20 million? They're certainly not going to, you're not going to see any athletic directors taking big pay cuts.
Yeah.
Now you might see some.
Certainly a head coach of a football team is also not going to take a big
Now
pay cut.
you might see some employees being moved on. Maybe some of these bloated athletic departments with assistants to assistants to assistants of certain departments may no longer have those same folks.
Mm-hmm.
But this was a hilarious anecdote, because Seth Emerson at The Athletic recently did a story about Georgia facing a budget reckoning. And his lead from a recent Georgia athletic meeting was rather humorous. As they do every year at this time, members of the Georgia Athletic Board, including the school president and athletic director, met at the posh Ritz-Carlton. There was a golf outing. There were free meals. And then just a few paragraphs later, Georgia AD Josh Brooks saying unironically, we've got to be good stewards with our money, right? So we've got to find efficiencies and make sure we operate in the most efficient way possible.
From the Ritz.
From the Ritz-Carlton.
Yeah.
Like they couldn't have these meetings, I don't know, in their posh athletic facilities that have meeting rooms.
Do it at the Waffle House.
Like they couldn't go to the Waffle House. Like there's not a golf course. There's not a local golf course in Athens that they could have met at for a nice round of golf that wouldn't have cost as much.
Play disc golf. Tickle some chains.
They could have tickled chains. Yeah, that made me laugh pretty hard too.
Also, and this quote has been going around quite a bit, but Trev Alberts has said, and he said this when he was at Nebraska, in college athletics, we don't have a revenue problem. We have an expense problem. You might remember Trev Alberts from such hits as firing Scott Frost 3 weeks ahead of when the payoff would have been cut in half.
Yeah. So it's like, and we talked about it plenty at the time. You know, why do you do it now? Why don't you wait? I mean, it certainly looks in hindsight as a very emotional decision.
Oh, absolutely.
Rather than
because guess what? The guy that you ended up with would have still been available and out there.
Yeah.
If you would have waited 3 more weeks.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. Remember, we were all giving him. I mean, I wasn't. He should have fired him the year before. But the praise at the time was, well, hey, look, if they bring him back, his buyout is going to get cut. What was it? Cut in half, right? By like October 1st or whatever.
Yeah, by the end of September. Because remember, we kept saying
the Indiana game.
This is
and
the
so
key
it's like,
game.
okay, well, if you're going to bring him back, then I guess it's a smart move from that perspective. You're going to save your school a lot of money. But then you react to a 1-2 start and, you know, more stories coming out about him and not going to meetings, etc. And then you fire him. It's like, oh, okay, so and he had just laid off a ton of people. Trev did at Texas A&M. So, yeah, how do all of these things jive? I mean, I think the Seth Emerson anecdote is perfect. It's a great way to start a story like that because that's what they're going to say, you know. And there are a lot of people are going to be losing their jobs. You know, I would hope that they could find a few extra million in the couch cushions by not having to build brand new practice facilities every 5 seconds. You know, we're seeing Nebraska finish up one of theirs. And we've talked about it plenty, you know. If Trev Alberts is hired in 2017 instead of Bill Moose, do they even do that? Do they do the stadium first? What happens around here?
Well, that and many other things still to come after the fallout of the unsettlement. But coming up next, we try to settle some unsettling things in a segment we call Dumb Debates.
Like this comment from Theo that says Frost lost to Northwestern and Georgia Southern on purpose. Dumb debate?
It was just more bad coaching.
I think it was the bad coaching.
I think it's just bad coaching.
Yeah, indeed.
There's no way somebody thought the onside kick was a good idea.
Nick, that's an excellent point. It was a pretty terrible idea.
I do remember a few folks, though. Yeah, but
what if it would have worked?
Yeah.
Me, somebody who's never been of football, wouldn't even do that in Madden.
There you go. Or the NCAA game,
which I hear is excellent.
It's coming out very soon.
I've seen a lot of YouTubers
who've
gotten invited out to play it.
Yeah, the embargo lifted today.
Did it lift today?
Oh, yeah. That's why suddenly all of your favorite college football writers and podcasters were writing and tweeting about it. Yeah.
I've seen so far they can't give any details yet, though.
Oh, I heard plenty of details today.
Oh, yeah?
Well, they can't show any screenshots.
Yeah, I sad to say, I listened to an entire podcast talking about it.
Nice.
You did?
Yeah.
You think
I figured we might talk about it, so I wanted to know what they thought.
You think they're going to backtrack everything and delay it so Jimmy Allen is right?
Definitely not. It's definitely coming out in a couple of months, and Jimmy Allen will be famously wrong.
It's a football video game. That's what it is.
Yeah, but people want to know the deets, John.
I've heard it plays way better than Madden.
What's up with Dynasty mode? Did you know? When did you learn it was Dynasty, not Dynasty? I always thought it was pronounced Dynasty.
Where's the...
I don't know.
What?
It's pronounced Colonel and it's spelled Colonel. Bologna, Bologna. Sometimes it's pronounced core instead of corpse for the Marines. Words are weird, Nick. It's the English language.
What? It literally.
I learned, John. I was a child.
It literally is pronounced as it is written. Dynasty.
I just told you about these other words that were written and said entirely different ways.
Unless you're from the UK, then call it dynasty.
Dynasty. That's true.
Let's call it dumb debates and let's call it a break on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like we've got delays on eastbound I-80 starting at 680 going to about 84th. If you're west on I-80, delays start at 42nd going to 72nd. Slow going on 204th for north and southbound commuters between West Center Road and Q Street. Delays on westbound Industrial Road around 144th, and then delays on westbound Dodge from 108th to 120th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
Enter the NASCAR Powerball Playoff. Buy a Powerball ticket with Power Play or Double Play and enter the voucher number. You could win a VIP trip to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship Weekend. Powerball top prize odds 1 in 292 million.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
I'm Dave Osted. And I'm Ryan Osted. Every golfer will get value from being custom fit. The truth is, the higher handicappers will get more value from being custom fit than the low handicappers.
It's changed so much since my dad started the business in 1963. We now have hundreds of thousands of dollars in technology, and we know exactly what the spin rate is, what the launch angle is. We encourage you to bring your current clubs in now, and we can compare it. And guys walk out of the store knowing that the purchase they just made is going to give them 21 more yards off the tee box. Play better, have fun, and shop Osted's.
The backseat. Check the backseat. All right, come here. Check the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Success in today's electrical market requires your company to be able to adjust to an ever-changing field. A partnership with IBEW Local 22 gives you that flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, proven training programs, marketing assistance, entry into markets not available before, ability to expand and contract with changing market conditions, and a benefits package for you and your employees. Contact Bob at IBEW Local 22 for additional details at 402-980-7596.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Smith for Ted and Wally's Premium Ice Cream. 2 locations in the old market right off of Jackson Street and also in Benson right next to Taste of New Orleans. You know, one of the toughest things about the summer is trying to figure out what you're going to do with the kids, right? You got to fill some time. It's a great time to go visit either one of the Ted and Wally's locations. Your kids are going to love getting some ice cream. You're going to love getting out of the house. It is a win-win for both of you. So whether you're going downtown and checking out the old market and getting you some ice cream or going to Benson and getting some Taste of New Orleans, stop by and tell them Severe sent you.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw from your mom.
Listen not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mail in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just 3 radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around,
even if it gives him fatal flagellation.
Just 3 radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just 3 radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
It is that time of week where you take over the grum by sending us your dumb debates. And all you have to do anytime one pops into your head.
Yes.
Or if you're in the middle of one and you go, gee, I wonder what those clowns on 1620 The Zone have to say about this subject.
Please, John, we're jesters.
Shoot us a tweet. Shoot us a tweet. Use the hashtag dumb debates and
maybe
send
we'll
it to us
answer
in
it.
the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page, or send us an email, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com.
We should change it to lib debates.
Like this from Justin in Virginia. Just want to say Nick used to be boring and lame.
Oh.
He is good radio now. Y'all did the Michael Jordan thing on him. Nice work. Hashtag true debate.
Am I good radio because of conservative boy summer, or has this been a gradual thing?
Many people have reached out to me and said that they think that you've gotten funnier. So it might not just be conservative boy summer, but also this has been your funniest bit yet. So I would definitely say that helps.
This is a fun bit.
Yeah.
Well, at some point, the art is going to imitate real life, and Nick actually will become what he's portraying.
Of course he will.
You've become what you've sworn to destroy.
Exactly. You've already got the pickup truck, so you're on your way.
It's a Nissan, John.
Ha! And you do love taking selfies of yourself.
I do.
Yeah. Interesting, Nick.
Very interesting.
Michael Severe, who disagrees with us on scheduling in college football,
yes, we know.
does ask us this, though, about football. He says, I sent this a couple of weeks ago. He did. I just forgot to ask it. How many other radio shows are doing topics on local college football team and expectations in May? What other cities are this fired up for football? He thinks that we might be one of the few. That's
I know we're one of the few. I mean,
is that true?
No one in the pro markets, because the pro markets have pro sports.
True.
So you've got to look at, I mean, I would guess there's a lot of markets in the South.
Oh, yeah. The Tuscaloosas, the Baton Rouges of the world.
Yeah. Maybe even Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah, that's true. They also have the Bengals to talk about. I'm always curious as to like a market like that, just given that it is, I mean, it is a pro sports state. They have Cleveland, for example. Cleveland has they have three teams.
Yeah, they only don't have a hockey team, but they've got everything else.
Yeah. But there is a hockey team in Columbus. And so they have that. And then obviously they have like one of the preeminent college football programs in the entire country. Huge fan base. But they have a team that went to the Super Bowl a few years ago. So it's like, what's that balance like?
Yeah,
we're one of the few.
Oh, I think that's true.
Go us.
I think that's
the few.
You're welcome for talking college football in May. This is John's idea, and I'm just here to follow along because John doesn't ask me for any show input anymore. It's just Michael. Blame John.
Thank you.
Just say, hey, Michael, could you have anything for me today? That's what John does.
You are so upset about this.
Am I upset, Nick, or am I doing a bit?
The art soon will imitate life. Matt asks, if you could choose any day of the year to have your birthday, which do you pick? He believes the best is July 3rd because of the guaranteed day off the next day, plus a fun summer environment. Matt, you're close, but it's actually the 4th of July. That's where all the smart people are born, including our nation, despite what some of the communists want to have you believe.
What does conservative Nick think about the birth of the nation?
I think it
Not
was...
the documentary. No, wait. It was just a movie.
It was a movie.
But, yeah. Anyway, Nick. Movie club?
If we let conservative summer Nick summer conservative boy, whatever you're calling
I
it.
think he might pick Songs of the South next.
Fantasia.
Nice.
The original one.
That wasn't problematic. Not Fantasia. No.
Yeah.
Oh, stop.
Yeah.
It was a movie about fantasy.
There's very specific
Isn't there
scenes.
blackface in Fantasia?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
No, I think you're.
No,
that
I
was Song of the
promise you.
South, wasn't it?
Also Fantasia.
No, you know what, Nick? I think you actually might be thinking of. I searched.
Yeah, Song
I
of
know
the South.
Song of the South is
Fantasia is just a.
Yeah, it's just that's just now it is, Walt Disney's fever dream, so you never know where he could have gone with that.
Scenes involving a centaur named Sunflower, who is considered a racist caricature. And then if you see the
centaur?
picture, yes.
Anyway,
Conservative.
Where did we go? We got sidetracked.
What was the question? Oh, birthdays. Okay, so it's funny. You love your birthday. I actually love where my birthday is. It's not on a holiday every year, but it is around the beginning of my favorite time of year. This year, for example, famously, it's the opening Thursday of the NFL season. I'm getting wings.
Have you decided the flavor yet?
Buffalo
wing flavor.
Yeah, I get buffalo every time. I wouldn't sully wings by getting your weird crap. Oh, peanut butter. No, I don't do that stuff.
You never had like a mango habanero?
Oh, I love mango habanero.
Oh, those are good.
Garlic parm?
No, I don't want that.
I'm not a big garlic parm.
Yeah, see, I don't want weird wing flavors. Just give me buffalo and make it spicy.
I like my birthday. I know it's a bore. I think
we all just love our birthdays.
But I like a May birthday because it's just a great time of the year.
It is a great time of year.
Yeah.
It's early enough in the year. It's a good 6-month buffer because.
All right, so let's re-ask it. If it can't be when your birthday is,
Okay.
when would you want to have your birthday?
Let's exclude the month that it's into.
Okay, that's fine
that
with
makes
me.
it
So it
too
has
easy.
to be a different month entirely.
I mean, the concept of the summer birthday is good. Around either Labor Day or Memorial Day.
Yeah, honestly, I would say either Memorial Day or when your birthday is. I think that would be fun. Now, when you're a kid, though, you don't get to like celebrate it in class. You don't get like a gift or whatever.
I never got that anyway. I got used to it.
You would always have to bring
I
treats
had
for the whole
I had
class.
the pride and the honor of knowing that I share a birthday with the greatest nation on earth,
Interesting.
America.
Interesting. Nick?
The best thing that ever happened. And they're trying to take it away from
No,
you.
what month you want your birthday in?
Sorry, I was talking about America.
Yeah.
I like October.
October.
Not
Oh,
just
of
because of
course.
Halloween, but just October in general.
Goat sports month.
to have some cobwebs in my birthday.
Well, no, it's just October's my second favorite month. I like October. I like the feeling, the vibe.
Steve asks, and I think John's going to hate this question because he hates this type of storytelling, but choice of either being a vampire that can fly and live forever but will always need human blood to survive, or a werewolf that you turn into when the moon is full each month, but you're just a wild beast that doesn't remember what you did as the wolf.
See, the werewolf thing
I don't
scares
hate that one. It's the questions about would you rather eat your own feces or eat your own vomit, like what we normally get.
Dumb debate.
Well,
Let's put a pin in that one,
we're not.
John.
No, we're not.
Well, if you're a werewolf, you'll absolutely do both.
Oh, nice, Nick.
Because
You
that's what
definitely
dogs
will.
do.
I think I'd
I'd
rather be a vampire.
I'd also
I'd
rather be a
be the
vampire.
werewolf. You're only dealing with it once every full moon.
Crap, I do like the sun.
Full moons happen frequent enough, and also you have no control, so you're just going to be murdering people.
No, not necessarily. Because if you're
you want to
smart,
get in on the murder cult
if you're
action.
smart and you plan this out, you have your loved ones, cage you up, put you in a nice cage
Every
with
movie.
food and stuff, and then you just kind of deal with it.
Here you go, werewolf John. Here's some kibble.
I'd rather do that than
Aren't
have
you like
to
eating
suck
humans,
on human
though?
blood.
Yeah, but I think you're going to be drinking human blood as the werewolf. You
No,
just won't
no, I'm
remember it.
not.
You'll wake up hungover.
Not if I
If you
plan
don't
it
remember
ahead
it,
and
does it
people
happen?
put me in a cell and lock me up
John,
during the full moon.
I've never witnessed in any media a time where somebody locked up a werewolf and it worked out.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That
Nick.
never happened.
Well, maybe because the people who do it in the movies are dumbasses, or like the kids who are, running away from, Jason by, going the wrong way.
They should have zigged and zagged.
Exactly.
Look like Rick.
There are ways you can do this. We have better, cells.
Steve says John's already basically a vampire anyway. I think that's a ginger joke.
Another ginger.
Why not
racist.
just do a Twilight and be a vegan vampire where you only drink cow blood?
Oh,
Or animal
what the
blood?
hell? Is that in the show or movie
It's
or
in
books?
the movie, yeah.
Ugh.
Probably the books too. I never read them, but they're vegan. They only drink animal blood.
Dumb. No, thank you.
Who? What?
The Twilight vampires.
Oh, they sound weird. Yeah, I'm going werewolf.
I'm gonna go vampire.
Negative Split Swimming asks, I think this person really enjoyed our we didn't do run and wrestling today. I had something.
I
for
thought
you.
that was Thursdays.
No, it's Wednesdays.
I mean,
Always
we still have another
Wednesdays.
segment after this.
Well,
Anyway,
yeah.
should deep ocean exploration be a higher priority than space exploration in the next decade?
For very rich people, I think they should continue exploring the deep ocean.
Wow, Nick,
And
you just want them to die.
Submersibles. I want the free market to decide.
Nice. Why here? Let me ask a very probably dumb question, but why should we explore the deep oceans? And I know some people would say, well, why should we explore space?
There's things there that we still don't know. Like
Yeah,
there's
it's
still creatures and stuff we haven't mapped out. It's like we're living on this planet and we still don't know.
Deep ocean, kind of interesting. Deep space, way interesting.
Oh, I'm way.
I
on
vote
space.
space.
Space is a hell of a lot
It's
cooler.
dark and weird down. Those fishes are creepers.
It's dark and
we've
weird in
already,
space too.
We've already seen
Like
the
me with
advantages of being
binoculars.
able to explore space. We've got the satellites and the
Yeah, we have
telescopes
cell
and
phones
stuff.
now. Yeah,
Yeah, we
just
got
a
all
bunch
the
of pervert
technology.
fish down there.
What kind of
pervert fish?
Well, my guess,
Josh
you get
fish.
far enough down in the ocean, nothing can live down there because of the pressure.
No, there are things that can't. That's what
creepers.
That's what it is. There are things that do live down there.
Yeah, they're freaks, John.
Giant squids are real. Everybody thought they were a joke up until recently. Then
Wait,
they're like,
there's
oh,
giant squids?
Yeah, giant squids exist.
Interesting.
They're not like Kraken size, but it's a real thing.
Keena writes, would you rather have a giant sinkhole open on your street that takes 2 weeks to fix, or have a bunch of annoying potholes that are there all summer?
Well, if you could guarantee me it's fixed in 2 weeks, I'll take the sinkhole.
Yeah, there's other places out of your neighborhood. Your commute might suffer for 2 weeks.
Let's say
but
it's
darn.
right behind your driveway, and then you're stuck.
That's rather specific.
I'm just trying to add to the question.
Find somebody that'd be super cool with giving you a ride for 2 weeks.
Then I guess Josh is doing the College World Series this year.
No,
Oh, it'll
you're
be
just
fine
gonna-
for you guys. You could just work from home.
You're gonna spend the night. Yeah, that's a good point.
No, if I'm stuck in my house,
You spend the night in Omaha.
how can I do that if I can't leave because there's a giant sinkhole?
Nick will come pick you up in his big giant truck.
Yeah, John, we can talk about the
No,
libs and go to a sports bar.
There you go. That'll be perfect.
This sounds like
heaven.
Sounds like the Josh Peterson, Mike Farron experience.
No, Mike doesn't want to work with me. I'd say, hey, Mike, aren't you excited for football season? There's the 3-2.
And I don't even know. I just said that because I've heard 3-2 before, but I don't know what that means.
Interesting.
I have
No,
a space.
I'm taking the sinkhole because again, because they're going to work on it. They have to. The potholes just. Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, potholes suck.
Now this one
I hate potholes.
sucks bad, but. Sky wants to know if you could have any piece of historical sports memorabilia from your favorite team, what would it be? He suggests a Colorado Rockies World Series.
Oh, they participated in one.
Yeah,
But
2007.
There you go.
What a
Nick.
year.
That's a freshman in college.
I was 10. When Spider-Man 3 came out.
So it's funny. My dad, brother, Caleb, and I actually bought Texas Stadium seats. So they're at my parents' house, but we have Texas Stadium seats. I think that's pretty cool. Don't you make any jokes?
I didn't make any jokes.
Did Jarrah sit on them?
Probably not.
No, are you kidding?
He wouldn't sit outside.
No, like before they got shipped
He
off
was too
to
busy
authenticate.
standing on the sidelines looking over Jimmy's shoulder saying, I wouldn't have done it that way because I'm the greatest football mind in the world.
Like, instead of signing them, he just sat his butt down in all of them that they got shipped out to
Yeah,
people.
I'll take one of the last Super Bowl rings because it's the only ring I'm ever going to see.
I mean,
in
there
my
might be
lifetime.
some artifacts from
Belongs to the
Wrigley
museum.
Field. I'm not a big memorabilia person.
You
If
know
I
what?
got
Some
a
of the Ivy?
like a jersey that I could frame, like that'd be cool in my basement, like a Troy Aikman blue jersey. I like
Mhm.
those. Those are cool. I'll take one of those. I like Troy Aikman.
Shout out to Troy Aikman.
Shout out to get him on the show, Nick.
Okay, I'll
I'd
get
love
right
to
on
talk
that.
to Troy Aikman. Darth asks, or says rather, Jar Jar Binks was actually a very important character in the prequels for Star Wars.
He was.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Is this Darth Jar Jar?
Yeah. Have you seen this theory, John? That Jar Jar.
Yes, no.
You don't buy it. You don't think that it was
No.
true. And
Even
then
without
No.
Darth Jar Jar, he was instrumental.
No.
Like, this wouldn't have happened
lot
if
of
Jar Jar
stuff-
wasn't such a dumbass.
a lot of stuff did happen because of him.
Uh-huh.
He took the characters down into the depths of whatever planet. Was that Naboo?
It was Naboo.
Naboo. What
Mhm.
was their water area called? Water Naboo.
I don't remember.
It's been a while since I watched episode 1.
It was just in theaters.
25th anniversary.
I will not.
But Duel of Fates on the big screen, Josh?
I saw it in theaters.
That was a good. People give it a hard time. It's a good movie.
It's fine. Like, that is awesome, and the pod racing scene is one of the best scenes in all of Star Wars.
Mhm.
Yes.
It's episode. I don't know why episode 1 gets crapped on more than episode 2. Attack of the Clones is garbage.
The writing in Attack. The
It's
best part.
horrible.
The best part of Attack of the Clones is the last 20 minutes. The funny thing about Phantom Menace is, remember when they first see Darth Maul and he just basically runs over Anakin in his speeder bike?
Mhm.
That was before he knew who Anakin was, so he just saw a kid and wanted to run the kid over.
Jeez, tough look for Darth Maul.
Darth Maul.
Darth Maul could have been a cool bad guy, and then they cut him in half.
Watch the Clone Wars. He is a really cool bad guy.
And I don't really want to watch cartoons.
Then you're just denying yourself a really cool bad guy.
I don't have time, Nick. I'm sorry.
Have
Have you ever gotten around to Andor? Yeah, exactly. And you have my Mad Men Blu-ray.
I do.
Yeah.
Paul writes, when using a normal size urinal, not the lower size kids one, do you look down and aim to hit the splash guard to help control stray shooters from getting on your pants, or do you let it flow wherever?
So wait, real quick. What urinals?
Just a regular
like one we
urinal.
have at work?
Yeah.
Yeah, not the ones that are lower to the ground. Not just for kids, by the way.
I think I aim. You know what? I just go.
See,
I don't really think about it.
You have to test it because the little splash
Yeah, if
guard
I get
things they have in there-
splashback, then I'll adjust.
Those splash guards I have in there do a bad job. Like we had these orange ones here that did a great job of absorbing the water pressure. And then the ones they have now just splash everything back at you. So what's even the point?
Yeah, what is the point?
It's like
It's
you have
usually
to aim
aiming
between
for
the
the
holes.
cigarette butts.
Oh, nice.
Just
but we don't see those in the urinals.
You
as
don't
much.
see them as much anymore.
I used to aim for the urinal cakes. Are urinal cakes still around? It seems like they got rid of those too.
I've been seeing.
No, they are, but they're like inside the little plastic. Instead of just floating around freely, there's like a little pocket.
That's what I thought. Yeah,
it's
it's
pocket for them to be in.
I know you don't see cigarette butts anymore. I've been starting to see a lot of Zyn pouches. in
Yeah?
urinals.
What are Zyn pouches again?
It's just a nicotine pouch. It's salt nicotine in a pouch.
Katie says Patriot Nick's wife divorced him because he ran over kids on his moped. Nick, I cannot believe you did that.
That's terrible.
They shouldn't have been standing there. Riley writes, the aliens that live deep under the water in Naboo are called pervert Naboos.
Simple's Lost Tea writes, if you're an artist with a #1 Billboard hit and a few years later it's used in an Applebee's commercial for some endless appetizer campaign, are you embarrassed, mad, sad, or happy? I'm happy because I'm getting the royalties, baby. I'm getting the royalties.
You're probably eating good in the neighborhood.
Well, no, I'll take the money.
No, see, I would not allow.
I don't need the free Applebee's.
I
I'll
would
just take
not
the money.
allow my music. It's not about the idea of selling out. A myriad of other companies can take my music and use it. I would never allow Applebee's to use my music.
Really?
I
mean,
hate
I'm not
Applebee's.
against. I'm not pro Applebee's, but
you rip on whatchamacallit, and you call it Italian Applebee's every 5 seconds.
and if they want to use my music, as long as they're paying me my royalties and I'm making money off of every time it plays, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I don't like Applebee's.
6
I'll
months.
take a stand.
6 months seems way too quick. Like it took. I think the fastest turnaround I've seen is maybe 4 years. Ex-Ambassadors, they have a song Renegade that started showing up in Jeep Renegade commercials.
Yeah, makes sense.
But 6 months seems like way too quick. I'd let it go a little longer before I sold my royalties. Let it breathe. So I don't want people to associate me with that commercial right away.
There you go.
Eventually, but not right away.
Oh, by the way, Tony on the YouTube mentions Coach Osborne's headset in the 98 Orange Bowl as the piece of memorabilia that he would want. That's a good one. I didn't think about something like that.
That's a interesting one.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting one to say.
Andy says Fenway second base from Game 4 of the 04 ALCS, autographed by Dave Roberts, please. That's a good one. Dave Roberts stole second base.
He did steal second
Began the
base.
greatest comeback in Major League Baseball history. The Red Sox were down 0-3 and came back to win the whole thing.
Red sucks.
Until they won 4 in a row.
Yeah.
Maybe the Timberwolves will win 4 in a row.
Better dead than red.
There you go.
This one's kind of appropriate given where we've been recently. Where is the worst time and place to be when the tornado sirens go off?
Where?
In
I mean,
bed. When you're
yes,
sleeping.
there's the answer, John. Yes, it totally screwed up my sleep last week, and I feel like I'm still catching up.
Well,
and it's jarring because you're like, you don't know if you're you don't know if you're in the
Especially
middle
now.
of a dream.
Comes off the phone.
Oh yeah.
Oh, so loud.
Oh yeah.
So I live on the second floor of my building. And when the alarms went off, it's like, well, I just need to stay awake now. I can't go to my bathroom because I'm on the second floor. That won't do me any good.
Isn't that where they say to go? Is to the bathroom?
If you're on the ground level.
What do they
if
say?
you don't have a basement, you need to get to the most interior room possible, no windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside.
So
as
yeah,
possible.
they don't want you on the second floor, so you're gonna have to go to a ground level or below.
So what we did
under
is,
stairs.
and I wasn't there when she did, but she took Banks into our closet, and that's where she went because that is you can
That's-
close the door and there's no windows in
That's
there.
probably the best place.
Yeah, that sucked, man. I was so tired. So, John, I think that you have the answer. I mean, obviously, if suddenly the sirens went off and there was the tornado, oh man, I missed it. It was there the whole time.
If you're in a glass building.
Yes, if you're at a College World Series game and the year is 2011 and suddenly they're like running across the street to the basketball arena, that would be weird.
That would be weird.
Thank God I went home.
I got a quickie.
Okay.
If you could name the first city on Mars, what would you name it?
First city. You seem to have an answer.
I don't.
Oh.
This
is a hard one.
Yeah.
Name the first city on Mars.
It could either be Mars related or it could be like somebody you love.
No, towns are named after people. We'll call it Joshtown.
Joshtown?
Let's go to Joshtown.
Bunch of losers in that town.
It's a great town, John.
All the dumb Martians live there.
No, the smart Martians, John.
Smartians. The Smartians live there.
Great people.
Let's see.
Alderaan. I'd name it Alderaan. Like Buzz.
Oh, right.
Not the planet that got
I would name it
exploded.
Alderaan.
That's what. Yeah, see, that's what I thought you were going for at first.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
What about Wrigleyville?
Oh.
Nah. I like to keep that.
Then you can have a brass statue of Wrigley in the town square.
Oh, I was thinking more of Wrigleyville, the area in Chicago. But yeah, I mean, I like where your head's at too, Nick.
Yeah, I don't know. That's. I'd almost want it to be something very funny.
Yeah.
Fart Town.
Yes. Flatulence Mars.
Oh, that's fun.
I mean, we have Intercourse, Pennsylvania.
Yes, we do.
We do.
What about? Nope. I'm not going to say that.
Zach,
you know what? What we should name it after our greatest president, Reagan.
Look at what you did, Nick.
I don't support losers.
Well, he
was a winner.
He was
like the most winningest president of modern times. I mean,
he was in the government. You can't trust the government.
He was like the Nebraska-Minnesota game, 84-13.
Yeah.
He whooped
and
ass.
literally Minnesota was the only state that went against him because that's where Mondale was from.
Zach writes, the worst place to be during tornado sirens in the middle of taking care of business a few minutes after saying you plus me equals nighttime fun. Yeah, you wouldn't want to be.
Well, but that could make it more exciting.
Oh,
me plus you equals nighttime fun.
Gives you an excuse when it finishes earlier than you
Sorry, dear, the tornado.
We have to get to the basement.
Yeah, and that's not a euphemism. Or is it? Hello. Max writes, what about new something like we did with New York and New Mexico? How about New Earth?
New Omaha.
Welcome to Earth.
No, if we name it New Omaha, it's just going to open up a giant sinkhole and then planet disappears, and then we've got real issues.
You don't want Martian holes everywhere.
Isn't it wild that's like they were so boring when they named stuff back in the day? New Hampshire, New York,
New
Jersey.
Jersey.
All they knew.
Where is the original Zealand? Because there's a New Zealand.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Where is the OG Zealand?
That's a good question. I really don't know.
Kenny says, do you like Exarban? First town on Mars is SRAM.
It was named after the Dutch place that already had this name, specifically Zeeland in the southwest of the Netherlands.
Zeeland Dutch?
The Dutch were very unoriginal.
Netherlands.
Very unoriginal.
Zealand?
Because because wasn't New York originally New Amsterdam?
Yes.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. The Dutch.
Interesting.
A very unoriginal people.
What's the joke about I don't hate people or I'm not intolerant except for the Dutch?
Yeah.
Yeah. I ruined the joke.
There's two things I hate: people who are intolerant of others and the Dutch.
Well, yeah, what is it about Dutch? Is that why? Because they're unoriginal with
Isn't
their
that
name?
from Gold Member?
Yes, it's from Gold Member. They're very unoriginal people.
Interesting.
Don't they have wooden shoes?
No
That's pretty
original
original.
ideas. That's not original. That's just dumb.
And
that's pretty
windmills.
Hey, let's put something on my
Flowers.
feet that are even
Clop,
more uncomfortable
clop,
than the ground I'm walking on.
Yeah, maybe that's why John hates running, because he ran in wooden shoes as a child.
No, I hate running because it's just pointless unless I'm running to
The bat should be wood, not the shoes.
or away from something.
Mm.
Like the werewolf that I'm turning into.
Tim says, how about Marshalltown?
Marshalltown.
Marshalltown. John, thoughts?
No.
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 All right.
What about Mars City?
Mars City.
Well, if the Dutch discover it first, that's what it'll be.
Yeah. Or just New
maybe
Zealand.
we should name it Mars City.
New
I can't
New
do a
Zealand.
Dutch accent.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I don't know what accent that was.
Yeah. And that's dumb debates.
Yeah. Well, thanks for all your submissions. Keep sending them in. Even the ones we didn't get to, we save them. I've got the archive here in front of me.
We only have a couple left before we say goodbye for I guess just a 1 week. Because the Men's College World Series, Nick.
Yes, the Men's College World Series.
Ba, 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 ba!
The first show after the World Series is weird because you were only gone for a week, but it feels like a month.
Yeah, it feels like a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Because we all have to work long days.
Yeah.
And
days.
some of us will have to work even longer days because I'm apparently stuck in my house thanks to the sinkhole.
Yeah, so you'll have to actually work shorter days. Must be nice, John, taking that week off because of the sinkhole.
I have an excuse.
By the way, John, how about this? The Big 12 conference. They tweeted a few minutes ago.
Oh, God.
Did someone say TV times? Television emoji, football emoji. Tomorrow, 1:30 p.m. Central Time.
Oh, that's great.
Thank you,
Very
Nick.
excited. That sounds awesome.
It's going to be great.
Can't wait.
Riley says those from the Netherlands came up with calling themselves Dutch instead before people started calling themselves Neanderthals. Wait, is Neanderthal a rip on the Netherlands too?
No.
Why do we call them the Dutch?
Ask them. That's the one thing that they came up with that it might be at least moderately unique. Everything else, they just put new in front of it.
The word Dutch comes from the Proto-Germanic word meaning of the people.
Of. Wow, they're Nick's people.
It
They're
shares
of the people.
It shares a root with the German word Deutsch.
Bob says, my personal favorite is Buttsville, New Jersey. You could name it Buttsville, Mars.
Oh, that place is crappy.
Nice, Nick. Very well played.
All right. Coming up next, we have some anonymous takes.
I love this.
About Nebraska football this upcoming season.
Nice.
This is usually one of the highlights of the off-season calendar.
It's another reminder that it's almost over.
No, it is not almost over. There is a long way to go. We have just started the summer. Just started it. Plenty of summer left. A long way.
You know what's crazy?
The football season.
So football season's 3 months away. 3 months ago was the beginning of March. Feels like it was just yesterday, doesn't it? Nick, we were in Vegas 2 months ago already.
We're also a day closer to the end of football season.
Yeah, but then we're a day closer to the next football season. The countdown to 2025 football begins now.
So you can't count down.
Oh, that's
Still
right.
May.
Damn it.
16:20 the zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
This is something that I've been very cognizant of living in Omaha. Is I think Nebraska athletics, whether it be trying to gain new ticket holders, new donors, new interest, yes, winning matters, is they need to be better in this town, like more visible.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Sunny and spectacular this evening with the temperatures in the upper 70s. Mostly clear tonight. We'll drop back in the upper 50s for low. Partly to mostly cloudy on Thursday. Showers and thunderstorms developing in the afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, still seeing some delays on westbound I-80 starting at about 42nd going to 84th. Also delays on westbound I-80 from 680 to about Q Street. If you're east on I-80, those delays go from 680 to about 72nd. Slow going on southbound 680 between Pacific and I-80. Looks like if you're east on Dodge, delays go from 144th to about 120th. On westbound Dodge, delays go from 108th to about 120th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Mario Street Tacos or steak and chorizo queso blanco enchiladas can only be found in one place. Fernando's. Great Mexican food, awesome margaritas, and a wonderful family atmosphere. Fernando's, Omaha's favorite Mexican for more than 30 years.
Post is roasting every morning.
Post Coffee Services is on a mission to invigorate every workplace with a blend of bold flavors and unforgettable service, creating moments with our coffee, water, and food services that spark joy, productivity, and connection. Call us today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Post Coffee Services is always roasting something good for you.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. through H2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Hey there, Nebraska Lottery fans. It's me, Vanna White. I'm so excited to tell you about the new Wheel of Fortune scratch-off game from the Nebraska Lottery. You could win up to $50,000 instantly, or enter your non-winning tickets at nelottery.com for a chance to win a VIP trip to Los Angeles and a Mega Money Maker event on the set of Wheel of Fortune. You could spin to win some big money.
Wheel of Fortune top prize odds, 1 in 112,000.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
So I can come punch you in the face.
The 1620. The Zone.
Oh, we're just, we'll be 2 weeks away on Friday. 2 weeks away from the College World Series.
Oh, you're allowed to count down. Interesting.
Well, we're actually airing the games right here on 1620 The Zone. We're your home of the College World Series and have been for a very long time now.
More importantly, though, on Friday, we'll have your official scoring updates for Nebraska baseball.
Well, we will do that, too.
Mm-hmm.
We are your official home for Nebraska baseball scoring updates.
Have you figured out what sound you want to use yet?
Oh, crap. Send me an email. I'll just put it in my calendar. I have an idea. I just got to actually do it. Okay. I'll do it tonight or tomorrow.
Oh, you're actually going to do something.
You should have Michael do one just in case.
I think I will. Michael, if you can come up with an obnoxious sounder that we could use, I'd really appreciate it.
Preferably one that's not 50 years old.
Oh, 50 years old because if it happened before I was born, it doesn't count.
That's not why.
Why do old people always say that when that's never been our...
No, the problem is there are more recent things that are just as obnoxious.
Well, guess what? I chose this. It was Memorial Day weekend, and I was memorializing the great Sam Kinison.
Thoughts? Conservative Nick?
Conservative Nick would have loved, well, parts of Sam Kinison.
I think all the
Not
problematic
the
parts of him were really funny. He screamed, and that made me laugh.
Nice.
He was a big guy.
Well, Athlon is getting ready to put out its preseason magazine. And one of the features that they have always had are getting the coaches of rival and conference schools to dish anonymously. Do you have my anonymous quote?
Is this like the dish with the bish?
No.
You don't? I sent you that. The one is
Yeah,
anonymous?
no, you sent it a while ago. I didn't think we were doing that again.
Well, yeah, but this is anonymous. I thought, this would be a good way to kick off the segment. It's anonymous.
Okay, I'll pull it
That's
up.
a great start. This segment is already great.
Fine, then we won't.
You warn me about these things, John.
Well, I just thought of it. I didn't have time. I was busy trying to find another
You were
baseball
rushed.
game.
You had too much time.
Yeah.
Byron Bennett all over again.
Exactly. So here was one coach.
And by the way, who does this? You know who does this?
Who
puts these together? It's friend of the Grum, Stephen Godfrey.
Oh, I did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
You're Joanne, right? Who are you? Well, we're friends of your sons. We're from Alcoholics Anonymous.
What's your name?
Well, we're anonymous.
Nice job, Nick.
This year's going to be a lot less exciting and titillating than in previous years when coaches were just kind of bagging on Scott Frost and the disorganization.
He has talked a little bit on SZD about how this exercise has gotten a lot more difficult, and he wasn't planning on doing it, but Athlon kept asking, and finally he was like, okay, I'll do it. He didn't want to do it, mainly because
people don't like to dish anymore.
It's just not very juicy. And so these are an amalgamation of lots of coaches.
Wow, another college football tradition dying.
I know.
Well, here's some of the anonymous quotes from other Big Ten and rival coaches about Nebraska. Quote, they're going to break through this year. It's just a question of how big. They should definitely be bowling.
Wow. We're off to a kind start. That's very nice of them to say.
It's all about the quarterback. They've tried to slow play it as much as possible, but he is clearly their best option, the most talented, the guy who makes the system work.
Is that about Heinrich Harburg, John?
Hell no.
Oh,
it's
wow.
about Dylan Raiola. Matt Rule has done a great job reworking the offensive talent. They're going to have some breakout wide receivers, and they have a really deep group of running backs.
Yeah, Happer had an interesting discussion about this earlier. They have a room of running backs.
Yes, they do.
The room is large.
It's a large room, but
is that deep, though?
Yeah.
Big shoes.
Yeah, it might be like one of those pools at a hotel. It's really big, but it's not very deep.
There's a game that I like that a lot of people have described as wide as an ocean, but as deep as a puddle.
There you go.
So there you go.
Yeah. There's this planet in the movie Interstellar. It's a water planet, and the characters can just stand there. So it's all water, but yet they can stand.
Those aren't mountains.
They're not mountains.
That's coming back to theaters, by the way.
Oh, I'll go see that.
I am too.
John and I had one of our first ever debates about something when I was on the air because I was excited to see it for the director, and he called me a nerd.
John, it's such a good movie.
What are you talking about?
Interstellar.
Great. Another anonymous quote. Tony White is going to be a head coach soon, but getting him back for another year is just huge for them. Man, it sounds like these coaches have been listening to shows like ours.
Are they friends of the Grum?
Maybe.
Nice. Go us.
And finally, maybe an old Steve Godfrey was right. These are getting boring.
They are.
I thought the shift to the 3-3, that's the 3-3-5 kids.
Coaches apparently just call it the 3-3.
Worked out really well. Remember, this is a group of people that have very lazy diction, which is why you get the morons out there who say, there's a hook and ladder, because I can't say ladder.
These are coaches.
Lateral.
These are coaches.
Well, some of them have bad diction.
Wow.
I thought the shift to the old 3-3 worked out for them well, and they're starting to look like the old or legendary Nebraska with the size and talent up front on defense.
These are way too positive. What has happened?
Positive and kind of boring.
The positive boys.
Wow.
This is wild.
You get mad when people crap talk Nebraska. You get mad when people praise talk Nebraska. Pick a lane, Josh. Just be happy. Stop being such a Nebraska fan.
It's hard to argue with Nick there. Sky writes, it's the Platte River of running back rooms. It's the Platte River wide but not deep.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
She's flowing pretty good right now because we've had a lot of rain.
We have had a lot of rain.
We've had a lot of rain.
People forget.
And that's a good thing.
You know what? In all seriousness, going back to this.
We needed it.
For years, this has been full of negativity. The negative boys.
Yes.
Over
Negative
and
boys.
over
Negative
and
boys.
over. And the coaches have always been right. If the coaches are right, John, Nebraska's going to be good.
Well, again, they've been following our lead.
It's nice for Nebraska to have a coach that people actually like and respect and don't think is a total goober.
Or a misfit.
And
when I say misfit, I don't mean like Island of Misfit Toys. I mean just he doesn't fit.
A miscreant.
Like Mike Riley. He just didn't fit here.
Oh, wow. Hater.
Well, it didn't.
Thought he fit perfectly well. He's old.
There's old people everywhere.
Yeah, so he fit in well in that regard. He liked Pepsi. Oh, he didn't fit in that regard.
There was his problem.
There's some new flavors of Pepsi that are pretty good, by the way.
Oh, no, there's no such thing.
There is.
There's no such thing.
Lime Pepsi. Delicious.
Oh, that sounds disgusting.
It wasn't.
Nick, speaking of freaks.
Peach Pepsi? Okay.
That's gross. Why are you trying all these goober flavors?
Because I like trying things.
Yeah, apparently.
Well, you can talk
I
more
don't.
about that in dinner. What's for dinner, which is coming up. But next, we have content.
What do we have in content today, John?
Well,
finally talk about the NBA. About damn time.
yes, the NBA will be mentioned. The NHL will be mentioned. We've got new uniforms. We've got an update on old Scott Scheffler. And Ty Cobb is not going to be a happy man.
Is he rolling over in his grave? Is he saying certain words in his grave?
Oh, I guarantee you.
Is he sharpening his spikes in hell?
I just think we should stick to tradition. That's all.
16-20 the zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
Whoa, Sandra. So, in less than a week, you'll have
my forklift operator certificate.
And Joseph, you're quick to
respond? Yeah, with my degree in paramedicine, I'll be a
first responder? Cool. Bella, where are you off to?
Just knocking out my gen eds before
transferring to the university? Smart way to save, Bella. Get up to speed with your me time. On campus, online, on your schedule. Get started at mccneb.edu/me. Classes start June 5th.
This is me at MCC.
A Nebraska craft beers and ciders important to you? Whether you just love Nebraska brewed beers and ciders or you're a full-fledged craft brewery, there are benefits to membership for anyone with the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Their sole mission is to foster and help grow the Nebraska-centric brewing community. Become a member today at nebraska.beer and help advance the craft beer and cider industry in the state of Nebraska. Find out more about the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild at nebraska.beer.
Guys, let's have a conversation. Let's say you've been losing interest in your spouse. You got low libido. You can't focus on things. And you're wondering, what is going on? It may be low testosterone. Mentality is here for you. With their FDA-approved testosterone treatment, their board-certified physicians who work with most insurance companies, they can diagnose the symptoms of low testosterone and take care of it. Schedule an appointment today. Go to the website, lowtusa.com. Take back your life, man. Mentality, lowtusa.com.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to speak?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 10 minutes a day.
10 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make languages fun and engaging. You might even forget you're learning. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. Babbel teaches language skills you'll actually use. About travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you having real conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are voiced by real native speakers, you'll get pronunciation just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Get Babbel. It starts here. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started Wesley Financial Group to do one thing, help people get out of their timeshare nightmare. When you buy a timeshare, the timeshare company can raise your annual maintenance fees at will. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Want out of your timeshare? Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick.
Want me to sing it like Tom Bombadil?
What?
He liked to sing. That was his bit.
I'm Tom Bombadil.
Yeah, like that.
That character sucked.
Horrible character. The T-Wolves
My name is Luca.
finally made some plays late and extended the Western Finals to at least a Game 5. Is their performance last night replicable to more wins?
Part of the conversation on Inside the NBA
was, show that still exists.
It does for now until the NBA decides, we want to make our product even less entertaining. Was whether or not, the Mavericks had already up here checked out. I didn't know if that was necessarily the case, but I thought that
game went down to the wire again.
It did. It went down to the wire. Minnesota finally made some shots. They finally did something that they previously nor Indiana could do, and that is close out a team. And the Mavericks even had a chance on that 4-point play opportunity, but then
My name is Luca.
missed the free throw.
Yeah. And that would have been crazy if he would have finished that, because then they would have been down by 2. No, I definitely don't think that. That's odd. I don't think that they were sleepwalking or anything like that. It went down to the wire. The team who made more shots late won the game. The one who missed shots and missed free throws, that team lost. Here's the thing, and we've talked about it already. These games have all been excellent. They've all gone down to the wire.
Yeah.
I don't want to just get into this moment where I'm just going to say whoever's good in the clutch is going to win, but I do kind of feel that way now. It would not shock me if the T-Wolves won again. Of course it wouldn't. They're going back home. They're going to have a great home crowd behind them. I've also seen, his name is Luca, perform incredibly well, and I wouldn't be surprised if Kyrie Irving has a nice bounce-back performance in game number 5. I would love for this series to continue going, but, it's going to come down to the clutch.
Boston would too.
The Panthers evened up last night versus the Rangers. Will Edmonton do the same home tonight versus Dallas?
Yes, they will. A couple of 2-2 series. I really want Edmonton versus New York.
Edmonton does Dallas.
For the Stanley Cup final. How fun would that be, John? Hockey.
Out on Dallas. It's about time.
No. Well, yes. I mean, I don't want there to be all these memes. Fewer memes, please. I don't want any more memes. No memes.
I think the team with the most oil will win.
Well, then Nick likes the Oilers.
Then we're going to take them.
I don't know, but hopefully Edmonton does at least, have these series go 7. The NBA can't give us 7-game series, and give us 7-game series here.
Bronny James is officially staying in the NBA draft. Should we ban ourselves from talking about him?
I don't think we have to ban. We just don't. We don't have to talk about it. We all know why he is being talked about, and it's the only reason he's being talked about.
His name is Bronny.
Exactly.
Nice. I think we should ban ourselves. We did this very well with the Colin Kaepernick situation at one point in time. We did this. Who was the annoying dad? Ball.
That was
Mr. Ball.
Mr. Ball.
Yeah,
Mr. Ball.
LaMelo and what was the other
Lonzo?
balls? Lonzo
what was
Ball.
his Lamar Ball?
I don't remember.
He was annoying as hell, Nick, because he'd be like, my son would beat Michael Jordan in a basketball game. And it's like, okay, that's obviously not true, but everyone kept talking to him. So we banned ourselves. I think we should do it with this. I promise. We're banning ourselves.
Okay.
It's done. It's done.
Wow. I didn't realize you felt this strongly about it. But
every day I get on ESPN.com because I'm scouring and looking for fun questions that we could ask.
Sounds like a violation of my First Amendment rights.
It is. That is true. Freedom of speech is canceled on this show as it pertains to Bronny James. But there's always stuff there about him.
Well, there's really nothing to discuss.
He's in the draft.
He's not ready for the NBA.
He's a mid-basketball player.
He is a mid-basketball player.
Who is the son of a good basketball
player. He was
player.
mid in college, and now he's going to go to the pros.
Yeah. John, NASCAR has not yet made a decision about whether or not Kyle Larson will be allowed in the NASCAR playoffs, dumb concept, due to his missing the race in Charlotte to race in the rain-delayed Indy 500. How dumb would it be to disallow Larson from the postseason championship, again, very dumb for NASCAR, on this rule?
Well, it would be extremely dumb because they've already given out waivers to other drivers who were injured. Now, the rule says that in order to qualify for the playoffs, you have to have participated in every race. You have to have started every race. Obviously, he didn't get a chance to start in Charlotte because he was flying back from Indianapolis, where the race got delayed. But if NASCAR wants to cut off its nose to spite its face, that's fine. What Kyle Larson did was good for motorsports. People watched. Indy's ratings went up. NASCAR got a lot of great pub out of it because their best driver went and raced against their best drivers, and he acquitted himself as well as one could in a first ever race. Yeah, they've already given out these waivers before for other reasons, injuries, other things. No, there's no reason. So hopefully they'll do the smart thing. And why are we worried about this when it's a gimmick system to begin with?
Josh Gibson is now the all-time career batting average leader in
about
major...
to say him.
Yeah, it looked like Nick was leading off the question by mentioning me first. Anyway, continue, Nick.
Josh Gibson is now the all-time career-leading batting average in Major League history after several Negro League records were folded into the rest of organized baseball. Gibson also holds the mark for single-season batting average with .466 campaign in 1943. What do we think of baseball's efforts here?
So we talked about this at the end of the show yesterday, and for a moment I felt like an idiot because you said, like, yeah, we had talked about this.
We did, but it was in passing. I can understand why you wouldn't have remembered.
And wasn't it all the way back in 2020? Like,
yes.
Okay. See,
yeah, they've been going. This has been a process because it was going to be a very lengthy process.
It was. So I had totally forgotten about that, and then that was a reminder of everything that happened in 2020 and how I thought Happer did a great job. He did a full segment about this earlier, and I thought he did a great job of kind of explaining how we got to this point. Like, I think it's interesting. One of the things that I agreed with him on is, like, if you go and you look at baseball stuff on Baseball Reference, is there a line in terms of a year where you look and you say those stats are kind of fake, or I don't really care because it is in, the dead ball era? In this case, white players weren't playing against players of color because they were literally not allowed to play in baseball. And so, these players thus were not allowed to also play in Major League Baseball. They were literally banned for it. In the end, it's just all numbers. I don't really exactly know how to feel about it. I think it's cool, even though they didn't play against the Major League Baseball players, but the Major League players didn't play against them either.
No, that's the unique history of baseball is that it's several different leagues. The American and the National Leagues were separate leagues.
Yeah.
They only then decided to come together on the World Series. And that's the way it was for a long time. Now it's more just one sport, Major League Baseball. But there used to be a league called the American Association. That was considered a major leagues. This is a great way of elevating the Negro Leagues to major league status because it was.
Yeah.
These were legitimate ball players who played in much more difficult conditions at times than their white counterparts. And it's cool to see a guy like Josh Gibson, who, quite frankly, if it hadn't been for segregation, Josh Gibson might be spoken of today in the same way as Babe Ruth. In terms of, when you say Babe Ruth, everybody knows who Babe Ruth is, what he represents, and how great he was. If Josh Gibson had been allowed to have a same career as Babe Ruth, people would be using Josh Gibson, and maybe he wouldn't have died tragically young. He died sadly. He had a drug problem, alcoholism. I mean, he was, because a lot of it was from the fact that he never got a chance to prove himself in the major league. So it's cool to see that he's the all-time career batting average leader, passing Ty Cobb, and career slugging leader ahead of Babe Ruth.
So I didn't realize that in 1969, they did this with 6 major leagues as well that were dating back to 1876.
Yes.
So they did it with the National, the American, and that's all what they were called, right? It wasn't the National League and the American. It was the National, and then American Association, Union Association, Players League, and Federal League. And then I didn't realize until yesterday, or I'd forgotten, that there were how many Negro Leagues? There were a variety of those. It was like 6 or 7.
Were there that many? I don't remember. I know there were 2. There probably were more.
Yeah, I thought that Happer mentioned earlier today that there were more.
But yeah, I think it's a great move, and I'm glad they were able to, and they were very meticulous. This wasn't just, well, we're going to do it because so-and-so said so.
Well, yeah.
They did the research. This has been a 4-year project that they were finally able to. And the sad thing is, and this would have been the best, the rumors are that Josh Gibson hit over 900 home runs.
Yeah. But they were only able.
But they couldn't verify all of them.
Yeah.
So.
And that's what you said. So you just mentioned it. It's a painstaking process. They announced that they were doing this in December of 2020. So we're 3.5 years after that. So they have to go through all of these, scorebooks
and find verified sources.
Yeah, Happer mentioned there was a
tough.
game that Gibson is purported to have hit 4 home runs in the single game, which would be a record, right? No one's ever done that before.
No, that's the major league.
So he'd
record.
be another one of the guys, but they were unable to confirm
Correct.
that had happened.
While charges are being dropped, new body cam footage has revealed that Scotty Scheffler admits he, quote, should have stopped and was impatient because he was going to be late for his tee time in the recent traffic arrest at the PGA Championship. Does this change your assessment of what happened?
Well, I'm glad that, there's at least some clarity. Obviously, this was a case. This was just a bad situation all around. It was boiling to be something like this. A golfer who's a little bit late. Sadly, a traffic fatality that caused the traffic to back up. A golf course is not in a great place in terms of being able to get traffic flow, and an angry cop.
Yeah.
It was a perfect storm of crap. It didn't need to happen.
And he ripped his pants.
And we talked about it a couple of weeks ago. It was super dark, when all this happened. I have no doubt, or maybe no doubt, it would not surprise me if in that moment he just thought that he was a random traffic volunteer that is helping out in that situation. I thought it would have been pretty ridiculous if the charges would have kept. So, yeah, this doesn't really change my assessment. If you're told to stop, I guess you should stop. He's also the number one player in the world, and he was just trying to get to work. It was just a weird morning, obviously.
Baylor's made some changes to their football uniforms. What do we think?
They're not.
They look like Steelers uniforms.
Well, that's green.
I know that's green, but
green.
In terms of the striping on it, it kind of looks a little
the striping,
Steelers.
They've added the striping and changed the numbers a little bit. But yeah, they actually look, for modern uniforms, they actually look pretty good, even though I'm not a fan of all one color, but apparently they can mix and match as they choose.
Yeah, I'd like to see the helmets a little bit more.
It's just the same BU.
Oh, okay. Then, I think they're fine. That yellow will be yellow.
I like that yellow.
Those on a sunny day.
They're
fine.
Yellow.
They're fine.
Finally, in the month of April, Nevada casinos made their least amount of money on craps and sports betting, while they made the most by far on penny slots. Why penny slots?
It's a question that I ask myself anytime that I go into a casino. I will never understand it. I have wasted a few minutes of time here and there with how sometimes you're down and you're like, I have $5 left. And you're like, instead of putting in my pocket, I'll play penny slots.
That's exactly what I did.
It's the only time I ever do it. But when I see people that are sitting there for hours at a time,
those are the busiest places in any casino. You see a lot of folks in there.
It's very wild.
But yeah, in the month of April, the casinos made $217 million off penny slots, $110 million off blackjack.
Crazy.
That shows you how many people are just pouring money into the slot
The barrier
machine.
for entry is so low, right? Because you can throw a few bucks in there. It's just they create the game, and I know house always wins and everything, right? But they can literally control how much you win on one of these games. They can turn the lever one way or they can turn it another way. I do not understand the appeal.
The fact that it's made them this much money should tell you.
Yeah. Don't do it.
Coming up, it's time for What's for Dinner.
Nice.
1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Shop Sid Dillon Chevrolet, Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer group. Visit us in Blair, Crete, Fremont, or Wahoo, or shop at SidDillonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
Hey, Tapper for the FanDuel Sportsbook. The NBA playoffs have tipped off, but it's not too late for you to get in on the action with FanDuel because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Yeah, that's right. $150 to use on things like same-game parlays or live in-game bets. Championship futures like betting the Denver Nuggets to win the NBA Finals or Josh's Boston Celtics to win the NBA Finals. And, of course, individual game odds, player props, and so much more. Plenty of time and places for you to get in on the action with, of course, the FanDuel Sportsbook. And I'll remind you, there's no better place to bet on all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. All you have to do is head to FanDuel.com/Happer and get yourself started. Do it now. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and over, present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
It's Champion's replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. While discounts apply to our regular prices, select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Sportsman Vibe Conduct on 1620 The Vibe.
On 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Last night was steak and smashed potatoes with a salad.
Smashed?
Oh, that sounds awesome.
You take little mini potatoes and just smash them and bake them.
Oh, sounds good.
Not mashed potatoes.
Right.
You just kind of
Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. That sounds awesome, John.
That was a Lord of the Rings.
It was indeed. I just Lord of the Rings, John.
Mountains.
Sandwich.
Sandwich.
Gonna have some sort of sandwich.
What kind of? Do you have any idea?
Probably a little ham action. I might do a club sandwich tonight.
Ooh.
I have all of the ingredients for a club sandwich.
Mm.
So I might do a club. No tomatoes, of course. Because I'm not a sicko. I wish I had a tomato. I wish I had a slice of tomato so I could throw it at your face.
Like what people used to do to their cats with like the cheese.
Yeah, exactly.
I have no idea. Breakfast for dinner last night was delicious.
Oh.
Did potatoes, did some French toast, did some eggs.
I did breakfast for lunch today.
Oh.
No meat? You didn't have any sausage?
Oh, we had bacon.
Nice.
Feels
Very
empty
good.
without that. The folks on the TikTok,
Oh,
in
John.
addition to just willy-nilly giving away all their personal information to the Chinese government. Apparently, one of the things that's going around, remember a few weeks ago, we told you about the folks who are putting the pickles in the Dr. Pepper?
Yes.
Well, apparently there is a new
Dr. Pickle.
hot snack going around on the TikTok.
What's that? Injecting their veins with pickles?
No, but close.
Injecting their pickles with veins?
They take a bowl of hot Cheetos.
Uh-huh.
So the spicy Cheetos.
I'm already out on this.
With dill pickle slices, and they squeeze lime over the top.
And what do they do with it?
And mix it up and eat it.
That's just weird.
I can see the lime with the hot Cheetos because that's a thing that people do anyway, but
That's
not
too
like,
many.
It's not a thing people do.
Too much
but-
acidity.
Yeah.
That is the level of acidity with the hot Cheetos.
You don't
is
need
just
the pickle.
is a lot.
Like either do the pickle or the lime. You don't need both.
The problem I have is I have a big problem when things are supposed to be crunchy and they're not.
You don't want a wet Cheeto?
I don't like a wet Cheeto. I hate the idea of a wet Cheeto. I'm sure the flavors might mix together in some rather tart, acidic way that might be somewhat pleasing to the taste buds, but I am not eating a wet Cheeto. I want a dry, crispy Cheeto.
I'd try it. We should try this.
No, I can't do that.
No?
I'll do the pickles and the Dr. Pepper and try that once.
I do want to try
I
that.
can't eat a wet Cheeto.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
That's gross.
It is indeed.
Mm.
And that's what's for dinner.
Tomorrow's Thursday.
What? Already? It seems like tomorrow should be Wednesday.
Evan Bland is going to join us. He is covering the Stillwater Regional. We'll get a preview from him on the day before the game.
Nice.
And the Run and Wrestling Connection.
Yeah, which we do on Wednesdays, but now John...
I'm thrown off a week. I thought today was Tuesday.
A week? You mean a day?
Whatever.
Bye!
Bye.